I declare this second sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of the 42nd Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayer.
Almighty God, we are here together. The most humbly duty, guide us in all of our faith. Let us legislate and land free, with a mind without fear, where is well high. Your words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, living guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us. Lay aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, with the result of the function to be for the glory of thy blessedness, the maintenance of free living, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, the peace and prosperity of the land. Grant us, O God, the reason so to lead, with all the people of this fair land, hence to that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is empowered by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, good morning. As we start this second sitting of the 12th Parliament of Guyana, it is with great sadness that I join with you in expressing our sincerest condolences to the families of Isaiah and Joel Henry, who were so brutally killed, murdered. Our condolences to the immediate family, the extended family, and our nation. Honorable members, I also would like to inform the House that on Monday, the clerk, staff, and I tested for COVID-19. The test results came out last evening, and I report that I am positive, hence today's session from me via this video platform. The clerk was tested negative. Thank you for all the expressions of concerns that have been expressed. Mr. Clerk? Honorable members, I present to the Assembly the annual report of the Indigenous Peoples Commission for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. I present the annual report of the Office of the Ombudsman for the years 2017 and 2018. I present the annual report of the Public Service Appellate Tribunal for the year 2019. I present the annual report of the Public Service Appellate Tribunal for the years 2017 and 2018. Honorable Minister responsible for Finance,
Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly estimates of revenue and expenditure of Guyana for the financial year 2020, annual reports of the National Insurance Scheme for the years 2017 and 2018, annual reports of the Financial Intelligence Unit for the year 2018, report of the directors of the Department of, of report of the directors of the Dependents Pension Fund for the year 2018, mid-year report for 2019, annual report of the Guyana Oil Company Limited for the year 2018, annual report of the Guyana National Shipping Corporation for the year 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We move. We go to the Minister of Agriculture.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly the following reports. One, audited financial statement of the Guyana Marketing Corporation for the year ended 31st of December 2016. Audited financial statement of the National Agriculture Research and Extension Institute for the year ended 31st of December 2010 to 31st of December 2015. Annual reports of the Guyana Sugar Corporation for the year 2016 and 2017. Audited financial statement of the Guyana Sugar Corporation for the year ended 31st of December 2016. Unaudited financial statement of the Guyana Sugar Corporation for the year ended 31st of December 2017. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly audited financial statements of the Cherry Jagan International Airport Corporation for the year ended 31 December 2017. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Reports from committees. Oral questions without notice. Questions and notice. Statements by ministers, including policy statements. Personal explanations. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by Minister.
Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Be it resolved that the standing orders numbers 110, subclause 2, and 38, subclause 9A be suspended to enable the Minister with responsibility for finance to complete uninterrupted the reading of the budget speech for 2020 at the sitting of the National Assembly today on Wednesday, the 9th of September 2020.
Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, the Assembly will now, as required by Standing Order number 81, nominate members to comprise the Committee of Selection. I invite nominations accordingly. Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Thank you, sir. I wish to nominate the 5 members of the Committee of Selection representing the government, Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips, yours truly, Minister Zulfikar Mustafa, Minister Pauline Sukai, and Minister Nigel Darmlao. As far as I know, we're entitled to 5 members on this committee.
The Honorable Member Joseph Harmon. I didn't get that clearly. Please repeat. Still, the audio is very fuzzy. Could you repeat, please?
I'm saying, sir, the nomination is to be seconded. The Minister of Government proposed some names for the Committee of Selection. Somebody, a government member, is required to second the nomination. I don't know if you're hearing me, sir.
Honorable members, I'm advised that the nominations from the government side has to be seconded. Could I have someone second the nominations?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I wish to second the nomination of Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Government.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Joseph Harmon.
If I'm permitted, sir, the Chief Whip submitted the names to me, but it cannot work. The names must be proposed and seconded in the National Assembly. So we have to move ahead. It cannot work like that, sir.
So we will have to complete this once it's formally presented in the National Assembly.
Very well, sir.
Honorable members, we now come to the item budget for 2020. The Honorable Minister with responsibility for finance will move the motion for the approval of the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2020. The Honorable Minister responsible for finance, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion for the approval of the estimates of the public sector and the budget for the financial year 2020. And in so doing, I wish to indicate that Cabinet has recommended that the National Assembly proceed upon this motion pursuant to Article 171, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I further wish to inform that the President has designated yours truly under Article 218 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to prepare and lay before this National Assembly the estimates of revenues and expenditure of Guyana for the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020 is finally here before this Honorable House. After one of the most testing, convoluted, complicated, and traumatic periods of Guyana's post-independence history. 20 months since Budget 2019 was adopted in this National Assembly. 628 days since the no confidence motion was successfully passed on December 21st, 2018. 475 days since a sitting of this National Assembly. 191 days since the March 2nd, 2020 general and regional elections, and 38 days following the declaration of those elections results on August 2nd, 2020, with the People's Progressive Party Civic being sworn in as the legitimate government of Guyana. The people of this country have been tested and tried, but not defeated. Our nation's young democracy was under severe duress. However, the Guyana Constitution and the judicial system showed their resilience in the face of repeated efforts to undermine both. Our people endured and remained resolute and peaceful in their defense of democracy. We as a people were bolstered by the support of over 100 nations and all the major international and regional bodies, the United Nations, the Commonwealth, the Organization of American States, and the Caribbean Community, in their righteous defense of the will of the people to elect a government of their choice, and in the end, democracy prevailed. How should we feel when several of our neighboring sister CARICOM countries had their elections in the period between March 2nd and August 2nd, 2020, with their results being declared within hours of the close of poll? The unwarranted delays and subsequent court challenges that ensued have certainly tarnished the image of Guyana's democratic credentials, a situation this President Ali-led government has already started to correct. These delays over 20 months not only put our democracy under duress, but wreaked havoc on the economy, which was already showing signs of an imminent decline. Uncertainty, instability, corruption, ineptitude, and incompetence alongside weak, visionless leadership, did immeasurable and unimaginable damage to the political, moral, social, and economic fabric of our people. The fact that the events from March 2nd to present unfolded in the midst of a global pandemic, the coronavirus disease 2019, which has already claimed the lives of over 900,000 persons worldwide, only compounded the difficulties and hardships faced by our people and the nation over those now infamous 5 months. We are humbled by the stoicism, restraint, and fortitude of our people. The COVID-19 pandemic remains with us today, as in the entire world, but now we are aggressively and scientifically addressing it at the national level by refocusing financial and other resources to improve testing capacity and to acquire much-needed pharmaceuticals and healthcare supplies in order to bring relief to our people like never before. High on our agenda is the enactment of measures and stakeholder involvement with a view of keeping our citizens safe. We have now come with annual budget 2020 in the last quarter of the year. This could have been avoided, Mr. Speaker, if the will of the people had been respected and had not been sabotaged on March 5th and on March 13, 2020. Had these treacherous events not occurred, the PPPC as a legitimately elected government would have had budget 2020 in this House by April of this year. The nation would not have had to endure this untenable situation over those long 5 months, and our present dire financial and economic situation could have been reversed faster. There are two main overriding priorities in Budget 2020, with a focus in the last quarter of bringing under control the spread of the COVID-19 and opening up the economy and restoring economic activity to some level of normalcy. Reversing the downward trend is a priority. This budget has been prepared in record time. On August 10th, the budget circular was issued, a mere 5 days after His Excellency was sworn into office. Immediately work began, and within 21 days, we had concluded virtual budget hearings with all agencies and regions and prepared the recommendations for the budget of constitutional agencies. The budget of constitutional agencies were submitted and recommendations were made and approved by this National Assembly on September 1st at the very first sitting of the 12th Parliament. This cycle was completed in a record 22 days. Today, 8 days later, we have before this honorable House a motion of the estimates and expenditure for the fiscal year 2020. Mr. Speaker, ministers and a highly professional and motivated budget team dedicated time every day and night for long hours to achieve this under the leadership of the Vice President and former President, the Honorable Dr. Barra Jagdeo. I am advised that normally the annual budget preparation process takes over 150 days. Hence, this achievement is not an insignificant one. These, however, are not ordinary times, and it demands quick action of a highly responsive and responsible government to enact measures to halt the downturn of the economy, which our people have had to unnecessarily endure and bring them quick relief. The PPPC promised that once the results were declared, our administration, led by His Excellency President Irfan Ali, would hit the road at fast speed to restore normalcy and stability. Programs and policies will be implemented to quickly turn the situation we inherited and to set the stage for the implementation of a transformative projects we promised in our manifesto. This budget embodies a no-nonsense, no frills, no fluff, people-centered, pro-poor, results-oriented approach to launch this nation back on its positive development trajectory. Mr. Speaker, it is time to be candid with the Guyanese people concerning what we inherited as a new administration. And I want to take time to share with you some of our findings. Mr. Speaker, the bloat of employment in the public sector drove operational costs by astronomical levels, and there was no increase in work output. There were regular withdrawals from the consolidated fund and 20 months of uninterrupted, unauthorized invasion of the public purse, and also withdrawals from the contingency fund, which did not meet the legal requirements, throwing the entire financial architecture of the country off the legal and constitutional tracks. Mr. Speaker, the wholesale giveaway of our most important national patrimony, land, to friends, family, and finances of the APNU AFC without due process, without an iota of transparency, and in most cases, far below the market value, and even in one instance, no money being paid, but an absolute title given. Widespread discrimination in every aspect of governance, including, but not limited to employment, scholarship, and allocation of resources. Mr. Speaker, massive incompetence in every sphere of government activity, to the extent that not only their manifesto promises of 2015 remain undelivered, but even normal functions of government were not performed. Squandermania was in every area that saw greatest activism of this APNU AFC government. The Durban Jubilee Park fiasco, the Sussex Street bond, and the conversion of the flood-prone, mold-infested Ocean View Hotel into a hospital are a few to mention. The complete malaise and assault on the economic sphere of the country, where no incentives were given for production and the promotion of productivity. To compensate for this omission, they unleashed on taxpayers. What was unleashed on taxpayers was a regime of abrasive and wide-reaching taxation, something never seen before in the Caribbean. We witnessed an unprecedented assault on lawful governance, on the Constitution, the rule of law, on parliamentary governance, which culminated with a globally publicized attempt at rigging the March 2nd, 2020 elections. This vulgar display of authoritarianism cost taxpayers tens of millions of dollars to defend the indefensible. The National Assembly and the country will hear more about these as time permits, as investigations are still ongoing. Mr. Speaker, such a situation could have only existed because of the gross mismanagement, maladministration, and mishandling of the entire state apparatus. our country fell into uncharted waters. When the then government fell by way of a successful passage of a no-confidence motion, subsequently, they abdicated their caretaker status through failed and frivolous litigious forays, which culminated in an administration running on fumes for more than 1 year without parliamentary oversight. There are key lessons to be learned here. Political gamesmanship is inimical to development, and the use of the public patrimony for the purchase of political support only lends to a style of governance that is wholly lacking in transparency and accountability. New capital projects being undertaken in the absence of an Appropriations Act and novel and skewed interpretations of the Constitution, as well as financial and procurement laws, were not only incredulous, but harmful to the economy. The stalling and obstructionist approach adopted as it relates to foreign investment, as well as a stranglehold and non-responsive attitude, led to capital flight, job losses, and a local private sector being held in abeyance. Mr. Speaker, given that all our country has endured since December 2028, the PPPC administration is presenting Budget 2020 under the theme, Our Plan for Prosperity, protecting our people in a COVID-19 environment, strengthening democracy and the rule of law, incentivizing economic growth and job creation, enhancing welfare. The allocations and measures contained in Budget 2020 have benefited from numerous and ongoing engagements with various stakeholder groups, which began during the formulation of our manifesto, which is our social contract with the people of this nation. In addition, ever conscious of the pandemic that has distorted our ideas of normalcy and wreaked havoc on health systems the world over, Budget 2020 seeks to ensure that our level of preparedness and response priorities to the safety of our people. Economic developments in the world economy. Mr. Speaker, the world economy is estimated to have grown by 2.9% in 2019, down from 3.6% growth recorded in 2018. In January 2020, the International Monetary Fund attributed the lower 2019 growth to unexpected shocks to economic activity in some emerging economies, particularly India. In 2019, advanced economies are estimated to have grown by 1.7%, or 0.7 percentage points slower than 2018 growth, and emerging markets and developing economies by 3.7%, down from the 4.5% growth observed in 2018. Further, Latin America and the Caribbean region is estimated to have grown by 0.1% in 2019, according to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. This is lower than the 1% growth seen in 2018, attributed to widespread economic deceleration resulting from weakening domestic and external demands. In April of this year, the IMF reported that COVID-19 pandemic would lead to an unprecedented decline in global activity in 2020, with half-year data suggesting deeper downturns than previously anticipated. The fund updated its 2020 projection to reflect a contraction of 4.9% in the global economy, almost 2 percentage points below the contraction of 3% projected at the beginning of the second quarter. For the first time, the IMF is projecting negative growth for all country groups. Mr. Speaker, the fund is estimating a contraction of 8% in 2020 for all advanced economies. The United States, United Kingdom, and Canada are projected to contract by 8%, 10.2%, and 8.4% respectively. The emerging market and developing economies group is anticipated to contract by 3% in 2020, with all countries expected to record negative growth except for China, which is projected to expand by 1%. In the July 2020 COVID-19 special report, ECLAG highlighted that since April 2020, both external and internal shocks in the region have intensified, and as such, they project a contraction of 9.1% by the region this year in particular. Declines of 9.4%, 8.4%, and 7.9% are expected for South America, Central America, and Mexico, and the Caribbean, excluding Guyana, respectively. The Commission is projecting an expansion of 44.3% for Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in light of the uncertainty, shocks, and challenges induced by the COVID-19 pandemic, as Guyana is a commodity-dependent economy, government remains cognizant of potential volatility in international commodity prices. The global price changes of Guyana's major traded agricultural commodities varied in 2019. The average world price for rice, that's in Thai 5%, declined by 0.6% to US $418 per metric ton in 2019 when compared with 2018. Unlike rice, the average world price for sugar and logs, Malaysia, increased by 1.6% and 1.3% to US 28 cents per kilogram and 273 US dollars per cubic meter, respectively, from 2018 levels. Further, metal prices were mixed at the end of 2019. The average world price for gold increased by 9.7% to US $1,392 per ounce, while aluminum prices declined by 14.9% to $1,794 US dollars per metric ton. In relation to the Brent crude oil, the average world prices declined by 9.9% to US $64 per barrel in 2019 when compared with 2018. Mr. Speaker, the World Bank provided forecasts for commodity prices in April of this year, which were reported in the 2019 end-of-year outcome statement. In 2020, the world market prices for rice is expected to increase by 7.7% to 450 US per metric ton, and sugar by 14.3% to 32 US cents per kilogram. Similarly, the world prices for logs is projected to grow by 0.7% to 275 US dollars per cubic meter. Moreover, with slowing global demands and the slowdown of key industries, metal prices are projected to fall by 13%, an average in 2020, while aluminum prices are also expected to fall by 10.8% to 1,600 US dollars per metric ton. In 2020, gold prices are expected to grow by 14.9% to 1,600 US dollars per ounce. However, in August, gold prices surged to $1,969.85 US per ounce on average, and as such, prices for this commodity are likely to finish the year higher than the April forecast. Further, oil markets are expected to be adversely affected throughout 2020, with the average crude oil prices projected to fall by 43% to 35 US dollars per barrel. While some recovery in oil prices was observed in recent months, analysts remain cautious. Developments in the domestic economy in 2018. Real gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance in its end-of-year outcome report for 2019, which was published in June 2020, noted that real gross domestic product GDP grew by 5.4%, with non-oil growth pegged at 4.3%. This is based on a revised and rebased GDP series that was launched by the Bureau of Statistics in 2020. The updated series was rebased to years 2020 using the system of national accounts 2008, and revisions included the conversion of all economic activities to the international standards of industrial classification of all economic activities. Revision 4, the use of updated methods of estimation, including the use of new and revised data and the updating of implicit price deflators. This series will be used for the next 3 years while the Bureau completes a more thorough rebasing exercise, which will see the base year being updated to 2019. Sectorial performance. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing industries contracted by 0.5% on account of decline in sugar, livestock, and forestry. The sugar growing industry contracted for a 4th consecutive year, with sugar production declining by 11.8% from the previous year to 92,256 tons, approximately 21,000 tons below the original forecast for the year. This was primarily due to the shortfall of more than 14,000 tons in the second crop, below the revised target, which was attributed to major mechanical failures in Albion and Ike flock factories, additional industrial unrest, and adverse weather contributed to the industry's underperformance in the second crop. Mr. Speaker, the rice growing industry expanded by 1% in 2019, with paddy production reaching 1,049,874 tons, 8.8% above the previous year and 0.8% short of the record production of 1,058,129 tons attained in 2015. The increase over 2018 was attributed to more hectares being harvested, as well as higher yields, which rose by 6.9% and 1.8% respectively. With respect to the production of other crops, this industry is estimated to have grown by 0.3% in 2019, with total production, excluding coconuts, rising by 1.5% above the previous year. This was driven by expansions in the production of pumpkin, cocoa, ginger, pineapples, sweet peppers, and oranges. On the other hand, there were notable declines in tomato and watermelon production, which fell by 12.9% and 18.2% respectively. Mr. Speaker, like other crops, the livestock industry saw mixed outcomes in 2019. Beef production grew by 23.5%, pork by 66.9%, mutton by 8.3%, and table eggs by 45%. Despite these gains, the declines in poultry production by 7.6% and milk production by 9.1% resulted in a contraction of 3.5% in the livestock industry. The forestry industry also contracted in 2019 by 3.9%, undoing the gains in the previous 2 years. This was on account of declines in log production by 5.2% and primary lumber by 3.6%. In the first quarter of 2019, lower activity by large concessionaires resulted in reduced log production, with log production improved in the second and third quarters. Lower prices led to a low declaration of stored jungle stock by concessionaires in the final quarter. With regard to primary lumber, production in the first 4 months of the year outpaced the 2018 levels, resulting in considerable gains at the half year. However, in the final 2 months of 2019, production was significantly below the 28 levels and resulted in a contraction in this product category for 2019. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the fishing industry grew marginally by 0.7%, despite a sargassum weed invasion which affected industrial fishing operations. Industrial finfish production declined by 57.8% and industrial seabob production by 29.7%. The decline in the latter was also attributed to efforts by companies to attain Marine Stewardship Council certification, which requires implementation of harvest control rules, as well as the use of bycatch reduction devices. Gains in artisanal finfish and red snapper, tuna, and prawns production were enough to offset the contractions in industrial finfish and seabob. The extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, the mining and quarrying industries expanded by 10.6% in 2019, driven by the emerging petroleum and gas support services industry, which grew by 124.2% over the previous year. This was further supported by growth in gold mining by 3%, other mining and quarrying by 7.3%, and bauxite by 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, the outturn in the gold mining industry was spurred by small and medium-scale miners whose declarations increased by 25% over the previous year. This was large enough to offset lower production by the two large-scale mining companies who faced several operational setbacks in 2019. In the bauxite industry, growth slowed to 1.7%, its lowest rate since 2015. Nevertheless, the positive outturn in this industry was attributed to the scaling up of production activities by Guyana Industrial Minerals Incorporated at their Bonasika site, which offsetted lower outputs by the two incumbent mining companies. Turning to the other mining and quarrying industries, growth was driven by increased sand mining by 12.9%, which outweighed a 11.5% contraction in diamond declarations and a 2.5% contraction in stone quarrying. Manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing industries are estimated to have expanded by 4.7% in 2019, while rice manufacturing and other manufacturing increased by 26.4% and 14% respectively. Further growth was constrained by a contraction of 11.8% in sugar manufacturing. Within other manufacturing, there was notable improvement in pharmaceuticals, food, and the beverage industries. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the construction industry is estimated to have grown by 3.1% in 2019, consistent with borrowing by the private sector for related activities. In particular, real estate mortgages grew by 6.9% in 2019, with a 19.2% growth in loans for industrial and commercial properties, and 5.9% growth in borrowing for private dwellings. Services. The service industries grew by 4.2% in 2019, with expansions recorded across all major industries, apart from insurance services and agents, which contracted by 0.8%. The 2019 performance was driven by growth in wholesale and retail trade and by 5% administrative and support services. by 5.8%, and transport and storage by 6.9%. Balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the overall balance of payment registered a deficit of 48.9 million US dollars, lower than the deficit of 132.2 million in 2018. This was on account of an increase in capital account surplus, which offset an expansion in the current account deficit. The current account deficit was 1.8 billion US in 2019, 25.3% higher than the deficit in 2018, mainly on account of a larger deficit on the merchandise trade account. A larger services account deficit also contributed to the higher current account deficit position. The merchandise trade deficit in 2019 was 1.5 billion US, larger than the deficit of 1 billion in 2018 due to an increase in import payments, which offset higher export earnings. Export earnings of 1.6 billion in 2019 surpassed the 2018 levels by 189.9 million US dollars, largely supported by increased earnings from rice, paddy, gold, and other exports by US 36.7 million. 109.8 million US dollars and 43.4 million respectively. On the other hand, import payments grew by US 608.9 million to 3,019.1 million, or 3 billion plus in 2020, driven mainly by increased imports for the growing oil and gas sector. Import payments for fuel and lubricants, however, were lowered by 25.2 million US, reaching 490.7 million US in 2019, while all other import payments were higher by 634.1 million, reaching 2.5 billion US in 2019. The net services account registered a deficit of 932.2 million US in 2019, higher than the 2018 level by 34.7 million. This was due to a higher deficit on both the non-factor services account and factor services account by 15.8 million US and 18.9 million US respectively. In 2019, net payments for non-factor services increased to a deficit of 888.5 million, mainly on account of higher payments for transportation and other business services. On the other hand, net payment for factor services increased to a deficit of 46.6 million, largely on account of higher net outflows of compensation of employees, which was driven by the oil and gas sector and other investment income. In 2019, net on required transfers increased from 89.8 million to reach 581.5 million when compared with 2018. This was mainly due to an increase in inflows of workers' remittances, other current transfers, and in-kind transfers. The capital account recorded a substantially larger surplus of 1.8 billion US in 2019, 36% higher than in 2018. This was mainly on account of increased foreign direct investment in the growing oil and gas sector. Foreign direct investment increased by 463.6 million in 2019 when compared with 2018, reaching 1.7 billion. Although the current account deteriorated significantly in 2019 when compared with 2018, the improvement in the capital account in 2019 led to a significant overall improvement in the balance of payment deficit. In line with these developments, gross international reserves at the Bank of Guyana rose to 575.9 million, or 1.6 months of import cover, when compared with 528.4 million US, or 1.8 months recorded in 2018. The balance of payment deficit in 2019 was financed by debt relief of 50.7 million US and debt forgiveness of 45.7 million US, while the net foreign assets of the Bank of Guyana increased by 47.5 million US. Monetary developments. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the money supply expanded by 16.8% to 461.1 billion when compared with 2018. This was supported by a robust expansion in narrow money of 43.5% to 251.1 billion, which offset a contraction in quasi money of 4.5% to 210 billion. Over the same period, net domestic credit grew by 17.4% to 297.8 billion, driven by an increase in credit to the private sector, as well as the public sector remaining in a net credit position. Credit to the private sector grew by 8.6% to 253.6 billion, primarily attributed to an increase in lending to business enterprises in the services and manufacturing sectors and for real estate mortgages. On the public sector net credit position, this moved to 78.4 billion, driven mainly by an increase in credit by central government of 24.3% to 128.8 billion. Notwithstanding, the public enterprises moved to a higher net depositors position by 10.6% to 28.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, total liquid assets of commercial banks increased by 25.2% to 150.6 billion over the review period as a result of higher net balances due from resident and non-resident banks. On this amount, holdings of government treasury bills accounted for 60.8 billion, an increase of 6.6%. Moreover, at the end of 2019, liquid assets held by commercial banks exceeded the minimum requirements by 54.5%. Total reserves deposited with the Bank of Guyana rose by 7.8% to 80.9 billion in 2019 when compared with 2018 over the same period. The required statutory reserves of the banks increased by 12.3% to 52.7 billion, with reserves in excess of the minimum required standing at 28.1 billion, unchanged from the 2018 level. Prices and income. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, the 12-month inflation rate was 2.1% in December 2019, 0.5% points higher than the rate in December 2018, largely driven by higher food prices. Interest rates. Over the review period, the 182-day and 364-day Treasury bills yield rates declined by 7 basic points and 23 basic points to 0.89% and 1% respectively. The 91-day Treasury bill yield rate, in contrast, remained unchanged at 1.54%. The commercial bank weighted average lending rate declined by 85 basic points to 9.18%, while the small saving rates also declined by 7 basic points to 0.97%. Exchange rates. Mr. Speaker, the official exchange rate of the Guyana dollar to the US dollar was 208.5 in December 2019, unchanged from December 2018. The market mid-rate of the Guyana dollar to the US dollar, however, was 214.7, a depreciation from 213.2 in December 2018, while the Guyana dollar to the British pound was $260.2, an appreciation from 271.7. Income. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to supporting the income of not just public servants, but all Guyanese. We are highly cognizant of the fact that income levels remain below par. The current public and private sector minimum wage are inadequate to allow average person a due level of independence at a reasonable standard of living. The situation is further complicated with the onset of COVID-19. To provide some immediate relief, we would have announced a 25,000 Ghana dollars unconditional cash transfer to households, which is intended to supplement household income in the time of economic downturn, for which many has resulted in reduced working hours and take-home pay. The recently announced series of measures will also result in additional disposable income being made available to households. Some of these include the removal of value-added tax on electricity, water, medical supplies, cell phone, building and construction materials. These are in keeping with our commitment to improve income. The fiscal position, non-financial public sector. Mr. Speaker, a non-financial public sector deficit after grants of 39.3 billion was recorded for 2019, an improvement from the 44.2 billion deficit recorded at the end of 2018, supported by higher revenue collection and higher grants, which grew by 15.5% or 31.9 billion and 10.8% or 1.2 billion respectively. Central government. At the end of 2019, central government recorded a deficit of 29.9 billion, widening by 11.5% when compared with the deficit recorded in 2018, largely driven by an increase in total expenditure. Central government current revenue for 2019 totaled 240.6 billion, 23.6 billion above that of 2018. Tax collections accounted for 93.9% of the 2019 current revenue, amounting to almost 226 billion, 27.5 billion above the 28 tax collection. The growth in tax revenue is attributed to greater collection from all tax divisions: internal revenue, customs and trade, VAT, and excise tax, which increased by 15.9 billion, 2.9 billion, 4.6 billion, and 4.1 billion, respectively. Further growth in internal revenue was driven largely by withholding taxes, personal income tax, and corporation tax from the private sector, which grew by 9.5 billion, 3.4 billion, and 2 billion, respectively. Higher VAT collections was largely the result of growth in revenues from domestically supplied goods, which grew by 14.4%, or 3.3 billion. Growth in collections of excise tax is attributed mainly to higher collections on imports of petroleum products and motor vehicles. These grew by 10.5%, or 2.8 billion, and 17.7%, or 1.2 billion, respectively. Non-tax revenues for 2019 totaled 40.6 billion, 21.1%, or 3.9 billion lower than the 18.5 billion collected in 2018, large on account of reduced profits from central bank and lower transfers from statutory and non-statutory bodies. Mr. Speaker, central government expenditure for 2019 totaled 282.5 billion, growing by 10.9% or 27.8 billion when compared with 2018 total expenditure. Non-interest expenditure grew by 8.7% from 191.1 billion in 2018 to 207.7 billion in 2019, driven by growth in all subcategories: personal emoluments, other goods and services, and transfer payments. These subcategories grew by 9.1 billion, 6.7 billion, and 824.6 million respectively. Expenditure on interest payments remained stable at 8.5 billion, while capital expenditure grew by 11.2 billion when compared to 2018 to reach 66.3 billion. Public enterprises. The overall deficit of the public enterprises at the end of 2019 was 9.4 billion, an improvement from the deficit of 17.3 billion recorded at the end of 2018. This was attributed to higher expected revenue combined with lower total expenditure. The public enterprises receipts grew by 2.4% or 2.8 billion, while total expenditure declined by 3.9% or 5.1 billion when compared with the position at the end of 2018. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, this administration intends to pursue a debt management strategy premised on contracting, development financing, and meeting debt service obligation at the lowest possible cost over the medium to long term within acceptable risk parameters. This approach will engender the continued sustainability of Guyana's public debt, which totaled $1.79 billion at the end of 2019, a 1.1% decline compared to the end of 2018 position of 1.71 billion. This decline was attributed to reductions in both external and domestic public debt. External public debt decreased by 1.3% from 1.3 billion at the end of 2018 to 1.31 billion at the end of 2019, mainly on account of a 50.7 million debt reduction granted by Kuwait after the finalization and signing of bilateral debt settlement agreement in March 2019. The domestic debt stock declined by 0.7% from $386.3 million at the end of 2018 to $383.6 million at the end of 2019, mainly due to principal repayments on the National Insurance Scheme, debenture, and Treasury bills. The public debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2019 was 32.6%, representing a 3.2 percentage point reduction compared to the end of 2018. This ratio is expected to decline further over the short to medium term in view of Guyana's robust economic growth projections. In 2019, total debt service payments amounted to $84.4 million, marginally lower than the 2018 figure of $85.4 million. This decrease resulted primarily from lower interest costs on domestic T-bills. Domestic debt service payments amounted to $6.3 million, 90% lower than the previous year, and comprised of principal repayments of $1.3 million and interest payments of $5 million. Meanwhile, external debt service payments amounted to $78.1 million in 2019, 0.6% higher than the previous year, and comprised of principal repayments of $54.6 million and interest payments of $23.5 million. In 2019, 6.8% of government revenues went towards external public debt service, and 0.6 percentage points decrease compared to 7.4% in 2018. This decline was primarily attributable to an 11% increase in government revenues. Work is ongoing to ensure the consistent treatment of T-bills issued for fiscal purposes. Going forward, we intend to strengthen Guyana's governance architecture for public debt management by undertaking a transformative work program, which would entail the completion and enactment of a public debt management bill. And enactment of this bill would promote transparency, accountability, and sustainability by enshrining and reinforcing key elements of sound debt management. These elements include the authority to borrow and debt ceilings, the establishment of clear debt management objectives, the mandatory formulation and implementation of a medium-term debt management strategy, an annual borrowing plan, among others. Agenda 2020, our plan for prosperity. Mr. Speaker, as Guyanese, we all want a society which is free, prosperous, socially just, globally competitive, and which serves every citizen equitably. Every Guyanese must be afforded a good education, decent work, be able to start their own businesses, raise and provide for a family, own their own homes, live in a safe and secure environment, and retire with dignity. Every Guyanese must have access to comprehensive and quality health care, clean water, be able to participate in sports and recreation, and freely practice their religion and culture. We believe our hard work and sacrifice, bolstered by an economy strengthened by a well-managed oil and gas sector, must guarantee the next generation of Guyanese a brighter and better future. Having finally navigated the treacherous political uncertainties, the management of the COVID-19 pandemic, both as a health emergency and as an economic crippler, is of paramount importance. Strengthening our public health response and capability while finding avenues for stimulating economic growth is a challenge of the hour. A major focus is relieving hardships at the household level and supporting micro and small businesses, as well as cushioning the adverse effects being experienced by vulnerable groups. Our national disaster preparedness and management systems have supported our people in times of floods and droughts and other natural disasters. The scope and role of these systems will have to evolve and expand to be better prepared, not only as we continue to battle COVID-19, but as we recognize the emerging disease profile that besets the world. As such, the capacity of the Civil Defense Commission and related stakeholders will be strengthened and improved as we work to ensure that disaster risk management planning, coordination, and response are robust and effective at a national, regional, and sector-specific levels. Macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, in a time when the world faces an uncertain future, Guyana is better poised than many countries to emerge from the crisis more rapidly and with a more resilient economic base. While this budget will focus primarily on addressing the health and economic crisis resulting from the pandemic, in the medium term, investments will focus on creating the conditions to catapult Guyana towards prosperity, such that all our people reap the benefits of the petroleum revenue windfall. These investments will be grounded in the tenets of the low carbon development strategy, low deforestation, low carbon, climate resilient economy. In this regard, budget agencies over the coming months will have to review and update medium-term strategies to ensure they are able to deliver transformative development. However, Mr. Speaker, we are also mindful of the volatility inherent in the petroleum revenues, as well as the risk of overheating the economy by spending too much too quickly. As such, the medium-term fiscal framework will see a paced and conservative ramp-up in spending, financed by the prudent use of petroleum revenues and decreasing reliance on debt. Improved governance and institutional reforms. Mr. Speaker, as Guyana becomes an economic powerhouse and the lives of our people are improved, our country must, with renewed vigor, pursue priorities to strengthen freedom, establish a firm commitment to democratic traditions, while framing our priorities to be more inclusive, transparent, accountable, and equitable. We will continue to promote good governance, respect for the Constitution and the human rights of all Guyanese, while fostering an economic environment where jobs flourish and there is guaranteed income for people. The Constitution must be a dynamic framework subject to continuous adjustments after widespread consultations with the people. Mr. Speaker, the decision by His Excellency President Irfan Ali to establish a Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance indicates the importance that this government is giving to parliamentary democracy, good governance, transparency, and accountability. This is the first time that this focus has been elevated to the level of a ministry with a mandate of managing the diverse affairs of government and Parliament of Guyana, to respond actively and effectively to parliamentary matters on behalf of the government, ensuring effective and accountable and transparent institutions, promoting responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels, and coordinating the constitutional and electoral reform processes. The focus of this ministry is in line with the promise made during the election campaign that good governance is indispensable for a strong and fair democratic system. This new and expansive economy, the development of a higher standard of living, the demand for inclusivity, transparency, and accountability, improved local governance, the legislative and monitoring roles of Parliament, and the accountability of Cabinet all require appropriate, effective governance policies and measures. Mr. Speaker, after the last 5 years of reversals, this ministry brings additional intention to implementing the government's commitment to return to making our government systems more accessible, inclusive, and open to all at all levels, with an active legislative agenda and oversight measures. We shall continue to uphold the separation of powers of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. We shall ensure non-interference by the executive in the work of constitutional bodies, promote continuous reforms and accountability of the criminal justice system to ensure justice is delivered in a timely way with regards to human rights. We will ensure that there is no discrimination on the basis of race, religion, gender, or sexual orientation in the workplace, education, and health sectors, or in any other areas of national life, and foster diversity and inclusiveness to ensure that all Guyanese benefit and feel that they are an integral part of the decision-making process that affect their daily lives. constitutional reform. Mr. Speaker, the administration is committed to continuous revision of the Constitution. In this regard, we will ensure that the Committee on Constitutional Reform that will advance the work will pursue nationwide consultations following the model used in the past. That is, we'll have the numbers from civil society and equal representation from government and the opposition. As I just mentioned, the creation of the ministry with responsibility for governance will ensure that these important processes are finally given due attention they deserve to ensure their swift and meaningful undertaking. Strengthening local governments. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC strongly believes in community development, regional improvement, and national collaboration. Therefore, we will implement our manifesto program for local government, which details strategic action that will improve the efficacy of our local democratic organs. Over the last 5 years, the previous administration used local democratic organs as a slush fund. We would have observed an inflated workforce from the hiring of political actors, and this would have cost taxpayers millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, there was no record or report of the work done by most of these employees. From all accounts, local democratic organs were underperforming and negatively impacted as a result of an unclear policy direction. Mr. Speaker, under this new administration, the regional bodies and neighborhood democratic councils will be strengthened to better engender local democracy. The Ministry of Local Government has been reestablished to focus on this agenda and now has dedicated programs to oversee development at the regional and local government levels. A three-year strategic plan for local government and institutional gap analysis for 5 municipalities, Bartica, Linden, Georgetown, New Amsterdam, and Lytton, have been completed. We will review the contents of these analyses for consistency with the national policy directive and determine their utility for future interventions. The local government representatives of the people will be supported by policy direction and additional funding through increased subventions and institutional strengthening to more effectively manage their resources and take on greater maintenance responsibilities for infrastructural development. We will bolster citizens' access to community spaces and services and ensure that the various programs of the 10 administrative regions are supported by relevant sector agencies and ministries. Mr. Speaker, this government will place emphasis on improving citizens' awareness of the importance and role of the local government system and how they may participate in its development. Public administration and public financial management. Public service, human resource development. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC program for job creation is in the new and emerging sectors, as well as in the traditional sectors, must be bolstered by a well-trained, technically equipped, and disciplined workforce. Government will pursue strategic initiatives to ensure efficient and effective human resource management as well as human resource development. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure equal access and equal opportunity is afforded so that the diverse and efficient public service is realized. As such, fully funded Government of Guyana scholarships will be made available. Departments and agencies of the government will be incentivized to ensure good employment practices and greater efficiency while addressing the critical issue of emolument packages. We cannot afford to continue to lose our talented and efficient public servants because we are unable to pay them a competitive wage. And neither can we continue to reward inefficient public servants who bring disrepute to the public service. As such, Mr. Speaker, we intend to oversee and implement new management practices, such as a performance management system, while exploiting technological advances with the expansion of information communication technology infrastructure. The red tape and processing time must be significantly reduced. A system based on meritocracy and transparency will be actively pursued. There will be equal access and equal opportunity. A diverse and efficient public service is anticipated. Revenue management. Mr. Speaker, in the area of tax administration, this government will prioritize the rapid deployment of electronic tax services to the population. With the pandemic likely to persist into the new year and possibly beyond, we must reconfigure how we do business. We will be preparing to deploy a revenue management system software which will gradually replace the tax component of the existing total revenue integrated processing system. It is expected to comprehensively automate tax administration procedures, enhance taxpayers' compliance, and improve efficiency in tax administration through accuracy, completeness, and timeliness of tax collection and reporting. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Revenue Authority is yet to complete the rollout of the ASECUDA automated system for customs data, an initiative which began many years ago. Delays have been encountered with the electronic single administration document module of ASECUDA regarding connectivity and the procedure for transshipment between ports. We will be providing the necessary support to GRA to ensure these long-standing initiatives finally come to close and finally yield benefits to the people. Public investment management. Mr. Speaker, the Public Sector Investment Program is one of government's principal vehicles for driving catalytic change. These investments create jobs, add value, connect the factors of production, and have many other spin-off effects in the economy. Over the last 5 years, the PSIP has not been able to deliver the change that it should have. Not one new major project has been completed. The state of public investment management needs to be rapidly improved, and the rollout of a systematic, criteria-based approach is paramount, and as such, is a priority for this administration. Preparatory work is underway to finally implement a formalized approach to PIM, which will be elaborated in the Budget 2021 call circular. This will ensure that the quality and efficacy of the PSIP are improved by assuring in advance the viability of new projects being selected. Additionally, government will be prioritizing public sector-wide capacity building in project management, planning and cost-benefit analysis, and other appraisal techniques. Procurement. Mr. Speaker, this administration is decidedly pro-Guyana, pro-private sector. We have committed to reducing bureaucracy and the complexity of doing business, including with government. Our private sector should be able to engage with public procurement in a transparent, systematic, and efficient manner. We intend to make the procurement system more responsive, hold program managers more accountable, Further, we are committed to reviewing and strengthening where necessary recommendations to the modernization of our public procurement architecture, which would set the stage for the long delayed introduction of electronic government procurement. Results based budgeting. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to, to assuring the public that every taxpayer dollar is well spent. This means that all public expenditure must be results oriented. For example, we don't just build a road for the sake of just having a road. Rather, we build a road because it may, for example, open up 10,000 acres of farmland, create 1,000 jobs, and generate economic activity of a certain value. We need to ensure we scrutinize our programs and projects effectively to ensure we eliminate wastage and derive the best possible value for money for our people. This is what will improve livelihoods and propel us into the future. To improve these capacities, we will ensure that the budgeting for results platform completes its pilot phase so that we may determine the viability of a wider rollout and integration with the national budget process. Accounting and treasury management. Mr. Speaker, the state of the treasury we have inherited is admittedly questionable. The level of internal controls is insufficient and does not allow for the most effective management of public funds. The attempted implementation of an integrated financial management and information system, IFMIS, has resulted in a platform that is not intuitive, burdensome, and counterproductive to the efforts of hard-working public servants and a strain on our slim bureaucracy. Testing of the national payment systems advanced, and it is anticipated that an expanded set of payments to government services will be transmitted via the system before the end of 2020. A key priority remains the review of the IFMIS with a view to determining the best way to improve treasury management. That is systems strengthening. Mr. Speaker, this administration recognizes the importance of data for effective decision making. We remain committed to pursuing the timely and accurate collection of data to inform policies. In the 21st century, we must utilize all available technologies to ensure we are able to respond efficiently to the needs of our people. To this end, we intend to analyze and assess the draft national strategy for the development of statistics to ensure that it is configured in the most efficient way to deliver benefits to the people. We'll also move to accelerate the completion of the household budget survey, for which fieldwork ended in 2019, to ensure that important analyses of this data, including a poverty study, as well as the rebasing of the GDP and consumer price index, are completed in a timely manner. Financial sector reform. Mr. Speaker, the high levels of non-performing loans and exposure to speculative graded foreign securities bonds concentrated in the Caribbean region remains the most significant risk to financial institutions' soundness. Additionally, preliminary stress testing done to assess the impact of COVID-19 on the banking sector reveal a still resilient sector. The industry's resilience is expected to remain largely unchanged during the latter half of 2020. The Bank of Guyana continues to improve on its efforts to ensure its stress testing models remain relevant and accurate to the evolving financial system. Further, several recommendations from the Financial Sector Assessment Program were incorporated into the strategic activities of the bank. recommendations in the area of financial stability, amendment to current legislation, and issuance of new legislations were addressed. The bank continues to work towards implementation of the remaining recommendations as outlined in its 5-year strategic plan for 2018 to 2022, which will strengthen the Bank of Guyana as a modern regulator within the context of the evolving global and domestic dynamics. Justice sector reforms and strengthening. Mr. Speaker, from all indications, the Attorney General's chambers and the Ministry of Legal Affairs were demonstrably dormant for 5 years. Apart from a few anti-money laundering and countering of the financing of terrorism AML CFT bills, which was hastily enacted in the late 2015, early 2016, there were no major legislation passed. Even these AML CFT bills were drafted during the PPPC's administration, which the APNU AFC used their one-seat majority to vote down during the 10th Parliament of Guyana. The Ministry of Legal Affairs began to administer an $8 million Inter-American Development Bank funded support program for the criminal justice system in 2017. This program was treated like the best kept secret. This program appears to have been deeply shrouded in secrecy, as neither the opposition in the parliament at the time, important stakeholders in society, nor the ordinary Guyanese knew what it was until this administration made components of the program public. A staggering $2 million was spent on this program, largely for the payment of expenditures, including salaries and wages, and rental and costs associated with accommodation. Mr. Speaker, a bill came to this House in 2017 to establish a law reform commission under this same project. 3 years hence, not a single commissioner was appointed, but the payment of staff and rental for this phantom commission totaled tens of millions of dollars. Aspects of this project are under review by our administration, and adjustments are likely to be made for the project to be now fully implemented. One area in which there was great activity at the Attorney General's chambers was the hiring of special prosecutors and retaining of lawyers, both locally and across the Caribbean, to represent the government as well as private individuals in a series of political litigations, all of which were completely without merit and all of which were eventually lost. This abuse of power costed taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. Another agency that had a parasitic effect on the treasury was the State's Asset Recovery Agency. It has not recovered a single piece of state asset. It is illegally constituted, and all it has done since its existence was to file a few cases in respect of plots of land sold by the PPPC administration at market value. It also filed proceedings against a leading commercial bank for a plot of land purchased from the state over a decade ago. In one ruling, the High Court has made it clear that all the proceedings filed are defective. Hundreds of millions of dollars was expended on this entity every year. With renewed visionary leadership, we have already reoriented ourselves on a new course and have a packed legislative agenda which will begin to unfold just after the passage of this budget. Many new initiatives will be implemented in collaboration with the Indigenous Commercial Registry Authority which will be modernized, resulting in greater efficiency. We will explore collaboration with the judiciary on measures to be adopted to produce greater speed in the delivery of justice. This will include the constitutional process for the appointment of additional judges under a new Judicial Service Commission. Guyana's AML-CFT structure will remain under constant review with focus directed to the area of enforcement. In this regard, the Special Organized Crime Unit will be transformed from a politically witch-hunting unit to the enforcement arm of the AML-CFT structure as originally envisaged. Supporting the private sector development. The PPPC administration will relentlessly pursue creating and maintaining a friendly environment for businesses to be established and to grow. To this end, we will support initiatives to ensure cheaper, reliable, and stable power supply. We believe that the private sector is an important player as we move to new levels of development and transformation. As such, we will provide the necessary tax and other incentives to attract multiple new investments. High on the agenda will be the establishment of industrial parks or estates for the manufacturing, both in coastal and hinterland regions. Mr. Speaker, we must improve on the ease of doing business in Guyana if we wish to attract the type of investment that will bring sustainable benefits to our people. Not enough has been done by the previous administration to remove the several hurdles that deter businesses from investing in Guyana. This is reflected in the Ease of Doing Business Index of 2020, in which Guyana was ranked 134th out of 109 countries. We will focus on improving areas in which we were worst performing, such as dealing with construction permits, getting electricity, resolving insolvency, and trading across borders. Small business support. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated 100 million for the Small Business Development Fund, which will be used to provide loans and grants to prospective small business owners. 100 million. We believe that it is long overdue to examine the feasibility of expanding the grant program to levels above the current 200,000 ceiling. A further 212.1 million has been allocated to the Small Business Bureau, which includes provision to equip and operationalize the business incubators at Letem and Belvedere. Government will be examining the possibilities of the creation of a national entrepreneurship and innovation body to stimulate business development. Additionally, we have allocated 105 million to the Sustainable Livelihood and Entrepreneurial Development Program, which is being redesigned to ensure that the intended outcomes of small and micro business development and livelihood improvements are demonstrably achieved. Already, Mr. Speaker, this administration has announced a slate of measures that will benefit not just households, but also small businesses. We have reversed VAT on electricity, water, and machinery and equipment. We have reversed VAT on exports and materials for the construction sector, among others. These measures will surely improve the viability of small business startups and the sustainability of existing businesses. Investment promotion. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the first half of 2020 saw declining investment interests, with a total projected value of facilitated investment of 29 billion and 1,150 projected jobs created but only a total of 5 investment agreements were executed during the reporting period, valued at 12.3 billion, with an aggregate of 183 jobs proposed to be created when the projects are fully operational. This decline is a direct result of investor uncertainty. Pre and post election uncertainties combined with the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the subsequent worldwide travel bans severely affected investors' access to Guyana. This resulted in a drastic reduction in the number of meetings and promotional activities facilitated by the Guyana Office for Investment. Additionally, the available investment capital was redirected as many businesses were forced to suspend operations or operate within the confines of curfew and will reduce staff complements in order to comply with emergency public health measures implemented to minimize the impact of COVID-19. However, with the support of a development partner, recommendations for the organization of Go Invest are being developed in order to make the agency more efficient and effective in investment promotion, while at the same time implementing new policies and initiatives to drive international exports. Transformational infrastructure, energy expansion and diversification. The inability of the APNU AFC to develop base load capacity to ensure reliable energy supply has not escaped the attention of the incoming administration. The constant blackouts and irregular power supply must be immediately tackled, as energy is key for economic growth and for improved quality of life for all Guyanese. The PPPC administration is committed to providing affordable, stable, and reliable energy to benefit both households and businesses through an energy mix that includes hydropower, solar, and wind. To this end, government has gone out for expressions of interest to engage local suppliers to fulfill the immediate term demand. In the medium to long term, we are pursuing a path that will allow for the completion of the Amelia Falls Hydro Project and investigating and exploring all possibilities for the use of natural gas to ensure cheaper, reliable electricity. We shall also continue the pursuit of micro hydrogrid tidal systems in Bartica and Lethem as part of our energy diversification initiatives. Additionally, solar and wind systems for off-grid areas are being addressed. The expansion of the hinterland electrification program remains a top priority. Some 25,000 households in Amerindian, hinterland, and deep riverine communities can expect an upgrade and replacement of their solar panels. Additionally, 400.6 million has been allocated for the expanded electrification of our Amerindian and hinterland communities. Mr. Speaker, it is envisaged that our program, defined by an energy mix that includes hydropower, solar, wind, will lead to more than 400 megawatts of newly installed capacity for residential and commercial industrial users. Transport network. Mr. Speaker, when we were last in government 5 years ago, the PPPC commenced numerous transformational projects, much of which the previous administration for custodians to ensure that they were implemented expeditiously, efficiently, and within their budgeted amounts. The sad tale is that due to their ineptitude, we are now saddled with the responsibility to ensure that these projects are completed with utmost speed and diligence. For the infrastructure sector, government has budgeted 34.4 billion. Air transport. Mr. Speaker, we speak to projects like the Chedijagan International Airport, a project that the APNU AFC government restructured to deliver half-baked, partially rehabilitated facility rather than a brand new airport for which the PPPC, while in government, negotiated and contracted. This facility would have been able to land the A380 Airbuses and would have had 8 boarding bridges as well as a new arrival and departure terminal. After 5 years of thumb twiddling by the APNU AFC outfit, we have had the occasion to read the riot act to the contractor to complete the substantially reduced scope project and to make provision in this year's budget to finance several critical interventions necessary to make the airport functional. Roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, we speak of the East Coast Demerara Highway, for which the APNU AFC government hastened to cut a ribbon as a political gimmick, despite works are still yet to be completed. But we in the PPPC, just like we started it when we were in government, will complete it. This project will be completed, and we have already actively moved to utilize unspent balances to replace all acropanel bridges between Sheriff Street and the Hope Canal. This will pave the way for complete resurfacing of the East Coast Railway Embankment Road from Sheriff Street to Enmore and construction of a new paved road from Golden Grove to the Hope Canal, thus providing 6 lanes available for commuters on this corridor. Mr. Speaker, we speak to the first leg of the Linden to Lethem Road, for which the APNU AFC outfit have only managed to conduct designs at a budget that surpassed the available funding. And we were stuck in indecisiveness on how to proceed. We have, since taking office, commenced the remodeling of this project to a manageable level, whereby the highway can be completed from Linden to Mabura Hill within the resource availability of $150 million US. Mr. Speaker, we speak to the Ogle Diamond Bypass Road, which was designed by the APNU AFC government to cost $208 million US, when we had previously secured from the Indian government a signed line of credit for $50 million. Again, they were stuck in indecision and confusion. Mere days, not months, mere days in office, and we have already secured an agreement to rescope the project into phases, whereby the first phase can proceed from Ogle to Higgs Bush, including the connector at Higgs Bush to link with the East Bank Highway at Eccles. This will be done within the current line of credit of $50 million US, while at the same time, we are exploring opportunities to secure financing for the remainder of the road. Mr. Speaker, we speak of the lamentable and pedantic efforts by the past regime to conclude any arrangement for the construction of the new Demerara River crossing. This honorable House will recall the improprieties surrounding the conduct of the feasibility study for the bridge and the feeble effort to launch an expression of interest, which was a phenomenal adventure in incompetence. Within the last few weeks, we have rekindled huge interest in this project. Work is currently being done to put us on a path to facilitate the launching of expressions of interest for the design, construction, and financing options for a 4-lane high-span bridge across the Demerara River. Mr. Speaker, we speak of the inability of the previous regime to unlock bilateral processes to allow for the award of the construction of an ocean-going ferry, which would benefit from an Indian government grant of $8 million and a low-cost interest loan of $10 million. Since assuming office, we have secured an amicable settlement of the award dispute and have approached the Indian government to mediate a mutually agreeable settlement so that this project can proceed 5 years behind time. Information and communication technology. Mr. Speaker, ICT is utilized as a catalyst for development in education, health, industry, and agriculture the world over. ICT grants us the opportunity to reduce transaction costs, improve effectiveness and efficiency, as well as to enhance overall productivity. Our government goal is to ensure that the benefits of enhanced ICT infrastructure reaches every Guyanese in every community, and we will pursue this partnership with the private sector, as no Guyanese should be left behind. This year, government has budgeted $5.2 billion for ICT development. Government will liberalize the telecommunications sector and increase access to cheap data and bandwidth to ensure improved access to the internet, increase ICT literacy, and expanded e-government. Schools will be outfitted with adequate equipment and software, and curricula will be reformed so that ICT proficiencies can be developed nationwide. The government will continue to provide internet access through the e-government network to ensure government ministries and agencies, schools, and other educational institutions are connected, and will also continue to invest in ICT hotspots and hubs, particularly in our hinterland and Amerindian communities. To this end, the National Data Management Authority will receive an increased subvention of $2 billion to ensure bandwidth expansion and continued connectivity. The pandemic has affected educational systems across the globe and has led to the closure of educational institutions at all levels, making way for development of a series of solutions for the effective delivery of academic resources to students. In response to the close of schools, past papers, electronic workbooks, and other reference materials were made available online. The online availability of resources was supplemented by programs in the electronic media, including broadcast to schools on the radio and the Learning Channel on television. Mr. Speaker, an additional $200 million will be invested to expand the Learning Channel to ensure our children continue to have access to academic resources as we prepare for the safe reopening of schools. Mr. Speaker, government sees ICT as an enabler for job creation and development, and will continue to support the sector with capital inputs for its infrastructure and through policy initiatives. We will ensure structured training and increase employment opportunities for all. To realize this, in 2020, government has allocated 65.6 million for the completion of a small call center in Linden, which will then be operated by a private company, generating more than 200 jobs for our people. Sustainable tourism. Mr. Speaker, the tourism sector continues to be one of the hardest hit by the outbreak of COVID-19. By April 2020, the Guyana Tourism Authority reported that the sector lost an estimated 46% of their total revenue over a 6-month period, in contrast to the revenue earned for the same period in 2019. In terms of employment, an estimated 30% of those employed in the tourism sector have lost their jobs. An additional 36% have been furloughed or placed on unpaid leave. Mr. Speaker, through resiliency planning and increased marketing, GTA continues to promote nature, adventure, and ecotourism both locally and internationally, with government support measures such as the reversal of VAT on hinterland travel and special incentives for new hotels and business. The sector will rebound stronger than ever to make Guyana a top sustainable tourism destination in keeping with our manifesto promises. Mr. Speaker, the government of Guyana will implement policies to strengthen and grow the workforce in this sector to cater for the influx of visitors expected as a result of focused marketing, as well as the emergence of oil and gas. By completing the Hospitality Training Institute, this will offer world-class capacity building opportunities for our citizens, who will in return deliver the quality of service required to build a successful tourism and hospitality industry. As the industry rebounds from COVID-19 and the demand for travel returns, the government of Guyana will focus on attracting large-scale tourism investments, such as world-class hotels, to further expand job opportunities. Guyana is open for business. Investing in our people, health. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government inherited a Ministry of Health that was in an unhealthy situation. The last government has neglected some of the most basic public health programs. This includes the immunization program, the HIV/AIDS program, chronic non-communicable diseases program, and the mental health program. Many hospitals, health centers, and health posts across the country are in a state of disrepair and lack the most basic of equipment. In addition, there is an acute shortage of drugs and medical supplies across every region. These chronic shortages, compounded with the mismanagement of the healthcare system, have compromised the care for thousands of Guyanese. As an immediate measure, this budget will provide for the purchase of adequate drugs and medical supplies, will buy test kits and antiretrovirals for HIV patients, start fixing the diagnostic imaging capacity of many of the hospitals, fix many of the infrastructural defects at facilities across the country, and work quickly to improve the quality of health care provided to citizens. To this end, government has allocated 51.7 billion, or 15.7% of the total budget for health sector for 2020. Of this amount, 14.3 billion is budgeted for the procurement of drugs and medical supplies. Corrective action to facilitate the procurement of emergency supplies of drugs and medical supplies to the tune of 3.2 billion is underway, and a full review of quantification and procurement practices is being currently undertaken. Mr. Speaker, there is a lack of evidence of any purchase drugs and medical supplies since 2017. As we fix these immediate needs, the government has already started to look at medium and long-term projects in the health sector. These include completing the smart hospital initiatives at Diamond, Paramakatoi, Mabaruma, Lenora, and Letem. Funding has been allocated for the redevelopment of the West Demerara, Suddy, and Bartica hospitals. Preliminary discussions are being undertaken to operationalize a national electronic patient information system. In addition, government has received several inquiries from local and international organizations to develop specialty care facilities in Guyana, and is also considering the establishment of a medical research institute as we work to modernize the delivery of healthcare in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the state of affairs with regards to NCDs is concerning because of the pandemic. In addition to the shortage of essential drugs, much of the staff from the NCDs unit have been reassigned to COVID-19 response, and scheduled training have been deferred. As such, as of June 30th, only 12 of the 50 planned workplace outreaches to 2020 were undertaken. Additionally, data collection for NCD reporting has also been challenged due to the emergency public health measures restricting movement. We have to resume the planning of progressive health policies, measures to contain the onset of non-communicable diseases through risk factor reduction. The pandemic has also challenged the National AIDS Program, which only achieved testing of 6,659 persons from January to June, of an annual target of 70,000, a serious shortfall. To make matters worse, the country suffered from a stock out of HIV-determined rapid test kits. As such, the National Public Health Reference Laboratory restricted HIV testing to critical or emergency cases and priority target groups. Government has budgeted 143.3 million for HIV-related drugs and medical supplies, while we also see global fund support to significantly bolster national testing capacities. Mr. Speaker, in the area of malaria control, we are preparing to undertake another cycle of distribution for the long-lasting insecticidal nets, with procurement slated to commence after this budget. The malaria program for this year, however, has also faced with the challenge of reduced capacity due to the COVID-19 restrictions. As such, timely data gathering and reporting has adversely affected the performance of this program. The former has suffered from a reduced reporting rate of only 23% for January to mid-June. We have requested assistance and support in procuring rapid test kits for expanded testing. With regards to our immunization program, it must be noted that with the onset of the pandemic, it was almost inevitable that we would face challenges as persons reduce their out-of-the-house activities. As such, we will be working to launch outreach and house-to-house immunization activities to ensure our vaccination coverage does not significantly decline. We have also budgeted 17 million to commence the construction of a cold storage barn in Region 6 to ensure we are able to maintain a sufficient supply of vaccines in country. Another program that will focus on outreaches in light of COVID-19 will be the family and primary health care programs. The program has prioritized the conduct of mobile family planning and obstetric outreaches in 2020. Both are critical as unplanned pregnancies are expected to increase given the restrictions to movement due to COVID-19. Expectant mothers are also likely to not make regular clinic visits. Additionally, the Guyana Public Hospital Corporation maternity block has been configured to accommodate suspected COVID-19 pregnancies. Mr. Speaker, the situation at the Georgetown Public Hospital requires aggressive attention. Our only national referral hospital has been suffering from issues of overcrowding and insufficient infection prevention and control standards for some time. Government has budgeted $15 million to continue the extension of the accident and emergency and medical outpatients departments. Additionally, we have budgeted another $20 million to commence the design of a 4-lane building to relocate the pharmacy and medical record services and to create on-call accommodation for our hard-working medical personnel. Overall, we have budgeted $11 billion for the GPHC for 2020, which includes $2.5 billion for drugs and medical supplies. The overall budgeted amount represents $1.4 billion more than was expended for the GPHC in 2019. Public health response to COVID-19. On March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared the disease COVID-19 caused by the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 to be a pandemic. On the same day, incidentally, Guyana recorded its first case, which was imported into the country. The APNU-AFC uncoordinated response was lackluster, which resulted in a limited capacity to test, isolate, and contact trace who were affected by the disease. That resulted in many persons who had mild and asymptomatic versions to go undetected. There was also an inadequate supply of personal protective equipment for frontline health workers. And the hospitals did not have the appropriate equipment, drugs, and medical supplies to provide quality of care. Mr. Speaker, on resumption of office, the PPPC immediately changed the dynamics of the response by establishing a COVID-19 policy committee considering of government, the private sector, the Pan American Health Organization, the United Nations, and CARICOM. This body has been offering policy guidance to the entire response. The new response changed focus to foundational public health, societal compliance, developing health systems capacity and safeguarding industry, protection of the vulnerable, and managing the economic health of the country. Using these measures, we are confident we will find the right balance between keeping the public safe and keeping our economy healthy. Throughout this budget, adequate allowances have been made to ensure that each sector mitigates the impact of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the touted hospital for infectious diseases at Liliendal was examined by the new administration and was found to be a shell, beautifully painted, but lacking in facilities, and could not be used as a response to COVID-19. A series of problems exist at the facility, including some as basic as sewage, water supply, and electricity. A hospital that don't have these things is no hospital. We are trying to have the deficiencies corrected so that construction could be quickly concluded to an appropriate standard whilst equipping the facility. Our intention is to staff and commission the facility by the end of this month. However, given the poor planning that went into the conceptualization of this facility, we are forced to budget. Having spent 1.8 billion, we are forced to budget a further 700 million. A sad state to operationalize the infectious disease hospital. The redeeming feature will be that facility could be able to cater for 200 patients. GPHC is still the institution that is providing essential care for patients affected by this pandemic. As it stands today, our capacity at GPHC has been overwhelmed and work is still to be done, which will require significant funds to fully operationalize this facility. At present, the new hospital is being used for isolation of non-critical patients since there are no adequate facilities for an intensive care unit or a high dependency unit. Mr. Speaker, the public health sector has, however, managed to provide some psychological service to COVID-19 patients, which to date has reached 670 COVID-19 patients and quarantined individuals, of which 490 were Guyanese. This support included talk therapy, coaching in coping strategies, assessing pre-existing mental conditions, and stress education. We have run a public education and awareness campaign on radio entitled, "It is okay to be not okay," which includes coping with COVID-19 and wider mental health areas. Mr. Speaker, we plan to increase the health authorities' capacity for surveillance, the importance of which cannot be stressed enough. Effective and sufficiently expansive surveillance, including contact tracing, is the absolutely required foundation on which pandemic control can be achieved. Without this, we'll be testing in the dark. Strong surveillance, coupled with efficient testing and subsequent coordinated and effective response, must be the pillars upon which we will control the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, we have reached out and will be partnering with the University of Guyana to bolster surveillance staffing capacity until the transition of COVID-19 is contained. Government will be hard-pressed to lift all the emergency public health measures in place, lest lives of Guyana are put at risk. Mr. Speaker, last on the subject of COVID-19, in order to protect the public service and ensure the public services are able to continue uninterrupted, government has budgeted 1.8 billion for the procurement of PPEs for central government workers. Education. Mr. Speaker, while Guyana has begun to yield the benefit of its new resource, we remain resolute that the greatest resource that this great nation possesses is our human resource. As such, the government understands the role of the public education sector in development of Guyana and has budgeted 52 billion or 15.8% of the total budget for education this year. Of this amount, over 1.7 billion is allocated for the construction and rehabilitation of schools across the country. Mr. Speaker, The COVID-19 pandemic has created the largest disruption of education systems in the world and in our country. An estimated 1.6 billion learners worldwide have been affected, according to the UN statistics. It has forced the closure of schools countrywide, and curriculum learning has been suspended. The safety of our people is paramount, and as such, we will not be reopening schools in a traditional sense. However, we will deliver education safely and effectively using innovative methods, assessing the specific needs of students by levels, grades, regions, and situations. Throughout the levels, grades, and regions, government has embarked on an instruction in different ways to deliver to our learners. The nursery students will be given individual home-based packages containing print material, manipulatives, and other appropriate resources. The primary and secondary school students will each receive workbooks and the core textbooks in maths, English, social studies, and science, which they will use during this time and beyond. Mr. Speaker, this will be accompanied by content and instruction on the Learning Channel that has already begun broadcasting in a timetable structured format that caters for each grade from nursery to grade 9. We acknowledge that the channel in its current composition fails to meet our needs across the country. Therefore, we will expand and upgrade so that 6 channels can run concurrently. This upgrade will also permit for hinterland communities that are currently unserved to be catered for. In conjunction with this channel, we have provided funds in this budget to establish a radio station which will be dedicated to delivering education. Over 300 million is allocated to these blended learning options. Our children will continue to learn even while being unable to be in a physical classroom. Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier, the safety and well-being of our people is paramount. With this in mind, and in anticipation of eventual school reopening, provisions have been made for schools to be retrofitted with the necessary infrastructure to exist in a COVID-19 world: sinks with running water, proper ventilation, working toilets, the delivery of masks to our teachers, students, and auxiliary staff, adequate signage to promote safe behavior in all learning institutions and in all schools are catered for in this budget. Mr. Speaker, provision is made in this budget also for the Cyril Potter's College of Education to facilitate learning continuity in the hinterland centers of teachers' education and to facilitate the virtual teacher education program. The Ministry of Education also launched recently a mass teacher training exercise, which will see all teachers across the country being trained in the delivery of education using ICT effectively. Additionally, a collaboration with the Commonwealth of Learning and Coursera has seen more than 16,000 Guyanese to date being registered for online courses. The University of Guyana has moved its instruction online and will be using this time to do much needed renovations. Lecturers have begun to teach using various means of ICT, but many have had to improve learning as they went along. To support our tertiary institution, government has allocated $3 billion to the University of Guyana. Of this amount, 221.3 million is allocated to complete and advance several rollover projects across both campuses, including the new sewage system, the human resource and bursary building, the pump house, teacher learning center, and electrical upgrade projects. Housing. Mr. Speaker, the vibrancy and vitality of the housing sector will be restored. The comatose state of the housing sector during the last 5 years has served as a disincentive to young professionals, Guyanese families, and all seeking home ownership. The Central Housing and Planning Authority, rather than being a catalyst of development, was made to be almost paralyzed due to poor policy direction. The musical chairs of ministers did not help the situation. This new government has a progressive and expansive agenda for housing. We intend to provide at least 50,000 house lots to Guyanese during this term in office. Further, those who are already beneficiaries of our pre-2015 housing initiatives will see improved services in various communities. Young professionals, individuals with immediate needs, and persons with adequate disposable income will be facilitated to commence construction. Private developers are also included as part of the comprehensive housing strategy. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated $3 billion to begin implementation of its vision for housing development. $3 billion in Budget 2020. This allocation will be utilized for various activities, including infrastructural development in existing housing schemes, land preparation for new housing schemes, and land acquisition. To this end, the capacity for delivery of the aforementioned will be enhanced, as well as the Central Housing and Planning Authority enforcement arm, in order to address the issue of squatting while providing a more robust and fair system of land acquisition. Water and sanitation. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2020 provides for sustaining and improving access to potable water across coastal, urban, and hinterland communities. Continuing the reduction of the non-revenue water program and increasing access to treated water in more areas. To this end, government has budgeted $2.8 billion to support the operations of the Guyana Water Incorporated. Government is undertaking a number of water supply improvement projects in coastland and hinterland regions. They will be done in areas including Mabaruma, Barbina, Guyana, Shulunab, Shia, Cheongmout, and Bartica. The GWI is also in the process of enhancing its capacity to drill new wells to maintain existing wells by acquiring 2 new rigs. We will also continue the pipe replacement in Georgetown to improve pressure in the system, prioritizing the St. John Road to Cumming Street for the rest of this year. Mr. Speaker, we will commence a study for the provision of potable water from the Hope Canal and a design of water treatment systems for the hinterland towns of Mabaruma and Madhya, the islands of Legwan and Wakenham, coastal areas of Walton Hall to Charity in Region 2, Pushlot in Region 5, attained to number 50 in Region 6, this study will be paramount in helping to shape the water sector program going forward. We will also work with all stakeholders to ensure proper wastewater management, as well as to ensure water rates remain affordable. An integrated water resource and management framework is being developed to ensure the rationalization of our water resources. Further, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government will be pursuing an aggressive, integrated, sustainable waste management program. Our goal is to cater for the health of our citizens, our animals, and the environment. We will undertake improving infrastructure for sanitary landfills, encouraging recycling and composting, and spreading awareness to the public on the ISWM best practices and principles. An overall sum of 644.2 million has been allocated for sanitation interventions in 2020. Amerindian and hinterland development. Mr. Speaker, our First Peoples in Guyana for the last 5 years were told of lofty promises and sold candy dreams, but with no delivery. They were promised more jobs, improved health care, more access to education, and acceleration of land titling programs were among them. The reality is, from 2015 to 2020, there was a dismantling of the Community Service Officers Program, putting almost 2,000 young Amerindians out of work. The stymieing of the Amerindian Land Titling Unit, the removal of resources previously earmarked for the development of their communities, such as the 6,000 household solar panel systems. In light of the lackluster performance and the debilitating far-reaching effects of COVID-19, Budget 2020 brings special meaning to our Amerindian brothers and sisters. In this budget, we will facilitate support for our indigenous people in the areas of food security, youth development, student welfare, women's initiatives, agriculture, ecotourism, grant monies to fund social and productive micro projects. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to the prosperity of our indigenous people. And we will redouble efforts for the economic and social development. To this end, 800 million have been allocated to the Amerindian Development Fund. The ADF will be providing 300 million for the purchase of tractors and accessories to incentivize agricultural economic activity within indigenous communities. Economic programs to generate income and stimulate growth will be undertaken in the areas of farming of non-traditional crops, agro-processing, poultry rearing, and livestock rearing, among others. Further, to support the effective governance function of the National Tushao Council as a key gesture of respect for our indigenous people, we have committed to commencing the design of a new head office of the council with an initial allocation of $10 million. This government will recommence support for our women in entrepreneurial initiatives in an attempt to increase self-sufficiency and bolster economic independence and expand their ability to support their families. These initiatives will include sewing, tourism projects, and other projects to be managed by women. The students of the hinterland will continue to be provided with school uniform assistance. Mr. Speaker, the ICT Hub program will also be reintroduced to 26 Amerindian communities, which will prepare and equip them accordingly with the required equipment to allow these villages to be connected for leisure, learning, and for work. To support the modernization and equipping of our indigenous communities with appropriate amenities, government has also committed to the provision of 25,000 household solar photovoltaic units. This particular energy intervention will be rolled out in a phased manner. Mr. Speaker, aside from the stimulus provided by the ADF, government has already also allocated 800 million for hinterland roads. This program will address construction and rehabilitation of roads across regions 1, 7, 8, 9, and 10. To complement these constructions work, we have removed VAT on travel to the hinterland. These initiatives will serve to stimulate economic activity, incentivizing our own Guyanese to explore a beautiful country beyond just the coastland for both business and leisure. Additionally, we will be resuming the Amerindian land titling program with vigor to ensure that the rights of our indigenous people are once again protected. I should note as well, Mr. Speaker, that Amerindian communities will be benefiting from the COVID-19 cash assistance announced by the government. About 19,000 Amerindian households are expected to benefit from the 25,000 cash transfer and allocation of $475 million. Social protection and vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC administration is committed to the welfare and well-being of all Guyanese. We will continue to deliver key services to the most vulnerable groups, including women and children, disadvantaged families, the elderly, differently abled, and those who are at risk of being trafficked. We have found that over the last 5 years, human services were badly managed and poorly executed because of improper hiring practices of the last government. There was a common theme of unaccountability in the implementation of programs that were supposed to target women, youth, migrant families, juveniles, and other sections of the society. On the legislative aspect, there was an incessant neglect of policies and recommendations that would have addressed issues such as sexual offenses, trafficking in person, and domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, as part of our commitment, we will continue to partner with all stakeholders in Guyana to assist in the delivery of hampers and other forms of assistance to our underprivileged and vulnerable groups, included as part of our COVID-19 relief measures. A focused program to address the issues of homelessness and indigence is anticipated to be operationalized in the last quarter of 2020. Senior citizens, Mr. Speaker, we realize that our respected elders are at great risk because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are committed to strengthening the medical capacities at the Palms Geriatric Home, which earlier this year was the site of 10 COVID-19 cases. Additionally, to reduce the risk of exposure of COVID-19, we'll improve the services delivery to our pensioners, reducing long lines at the post office by endeavoring to utilize alternate modes, and venues for payment. Further, we are also pleased to declare once again that this government will be reinstating the water subsidy for pensioners from October 1st. And from January 1st, 2021, an increase in old age pension to $25,000 per month. Youth and children. Mr. Speaker, between 2015 and 2020, the involvement of youth in policy making was non-existent at the cabinet, parliamentary, and local government level. However, it is clear by the very composition of the parliamentary members of this side of the House, youths are being engaged and will continually be engaged in the policy making of our country. Additionally, His Excellency President Irfan Ali has already announced that a youth advisory council will be established, reflecting our country's diversity, for which 25 million has been allocated to support its effective functioning. We are not just talking about youth, we're giving them the resources to function. We will expand the engagement of youth and sport groups to improve their organizational capacity and to work in collaboration with other government agencies and private sector to pursue opportunities for our young people. We will address the issues of youth violence and gangs and the debilitating effect that such behavior has on families and on society. The government will also ensure that training and employment opportunities are expanded through programs run by the Board of Industrial Training, the various entrepreneurship programs, and our educational institutions, including scholarships. We would like to remind this honorable House as well, Mr. Speaker, our housing program will also permit for the allocation of house lots to persons from age 21. Victims of domestic violence. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence continues to be a plague that afflicts our citizens, particularly women and youth. Government will continue to support programs to enhance the physical infrastructure of police stations, to accommodate the privacy that is required when dealing with domestic violence and other sensitive issues. We will also be enhancing the capacity of law enforcement officers and prosecutors to better deal with these issues. However, we recognize that this scourge is something that cannot be tackled by government alone. So we continue to encourage civil society organizations to partner with government, and Budget 2020 has recorded increased allocations to several such organizations to help strengthen their ability to respond to this uncivilized, inhuman behavior for which there should be zero tolerance. Further, Mr. Speaker, with the support of our international development partners, government will be accelerating the Spotlight Initiative, which has seen little traction by the previous administration. This initiative, designed to address violence against women and girls, will commence in earnest in the last quarter of 2020 and has a financial envelope valued at 4.5 million euros. Persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, our government is dismayed at the level of infancy that still exists in this country with regards to caring for persons with disabilities. Each and every one of us, regardless of our capacity, deserves the opportunity to enjoy a decent quality of life. Mr. Speaker, issues of disabilities are wide-ranging in our country, and many of our challenges are associated with the inability to diagnose at early stages and support those who are determined to be differently able. Government will continue to work at an interagency level with stakeholder organizations to ensure opportunities for training, employment, and effective diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitative support and services are expanded across all 10 regions of our country. In the area of care for persons with visual impairment, I'm pleased to indicate that we have expanded the partnership with Guyana, which will also complement the 13 new optometrists who entered the system this year. This partnership will expand the number of glasses that can be provided to persons in need to 1,500. We hope to increase this number to 5,000 annually in the coming years. Additionally, our disabilities program has also partnered with Starkey Hearing Foundation to screen, assess, and fit over 1,000 persons with hearing aids in regions 4 and 9 this year. Culture, sports, and arts. Our vision for embracing diversity and exploring the talents of our people has always been the focus. To this end, 2.7 billion has been allocated for culture, youth, and sports, for which 805.3 million is for sports. Mr. Speaker, in the area of sports, as we look to revitalize the national sports program while simultaneously reconfiguring how we undertake them in the context of the pandemic, this year we are going to be undertaking initial work on mini sports stadiums in regions 2, 6, and 10, and the Guyana-China Friendship Park. Additionally, 185 million has been allocated for the National Sports Commission to accelerate works on the synthetic tracks in regions 6 and 10, as well as the purchase of sports gear and ground enhancements, 185 million. National security, foreign relations. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation is charged with overseeing the day-to-day conduct of Guyana's foreign policy, and so doing is mandated to develop, maintain, and enhance relations with other nations, regional, and international organizations. Under the guidance of His Excellency President Irfan Ali, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation has identified 4 critical areas of focus. 1, protecting Guyana's sovereignty and defending its territorial integrity. 2, strengthening Guyana multilateral diplomacy. 3, improving Guyana's regional, hemispheric, and international presence. And 4, focus on the diaspora. Protecting Guyana's sovereignty and defending its territorial integrity. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity are sacrosanct. In anticipation of a favorable outcome at the International Court of Justice, the Ministry has garnered considerable support from the international community and has assembled a legal and technical team that continues to provide the people of Guyana with exceptional representation. Based on our arguments and justification, we are confident that the court has jurisdiction to adjudicate in the matter. Moreover, based on the proceedings and submissions, we are equally confident that Guyana's contention of the legitimacy and finality of the 1899 arbitral award will be upheld by the court, leaving Venezuela's spurious and ill-founded claim of the said award having no legal basis in international law. The PPPC administration will continue to pursue this matter in a bipartisan manner, and we anticipate critical support from the parliamentary opposition. Strengthening Guyana's multilateral diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, one of the core functions of the ministry is to strengthen Guyana's visibility and country image in international politics. Guyana's chairmanship of the G77 and China provides us with an avenue to achieve a measurable degree of soft power diplomacy at a multilateral level. Notwithstanding the setback caused by the recent political crisis as well as the global pandemic of significance, Guyana's chairmanship will provide the nation with much international recognition as the United Nations prepare to celebrate its 75th anniversary. As the chair, Guyana has a role in guiding the debate of this year's General Assembly, which is in consonance with the G77 agenda of accelerating and implementing of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Improving Guyana's regional and hemispheric international presence. Mr. Speaker, going forward, We will focus on strengthening Guyana's leadership and presence within the Caribbean community. The economic indicators show that Guyana's intergovernmental participation within the community could be broadened and deepened. As more developed countries within the regional framework, Guyana is well poised to strengthen its leadership through its commitment to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, establishing the Caribbean community and the single market and economy. With democracy restored, we initiated and re-engaged our diplomatic ties with our traditional partners and friendly nation states, especially in light of the COVID-19 global pandemic. The new administration is currently focusing on promoting Guyana's trade and economic interests and enhancing image and presence of our country and people on the world stage. Diaspora. Mr. Speaker, indisputable evidence exists suggests that Guyanese diaspora is rich in intellectual, human, and financial resources, which we intend to tap into as we broaden our engagement. More particularly as we anticipate rapid transformation as a new emerging major oil and gas producing economy. Traditionally, the several international non-governmental organizations and alumni associations that have supported Guyana, which stood alongside the individual family support through remittances, have been an immense contribution historically. Mr. Speaker, according to the 2019 annual report of the Bank of Guyana, the value of remittances stood at 374 million US, the largest contributor to foreign inflows other than gold. At the micro level, remittances continue to a reduction of poverty as it keeps many families from succumbing to the inadequacies of their income. Notwithstanding their financial support, the diaspora stands with the Guyanese people in the 5 months between March 2nd and August 2nd, 2020, portrays how near, even though many miles away, they are connected with Guyana. Mr. Speaker, please permit me this opportunity to use this occasion to say the biggest thank you to all our Guyanese brothers and sisters scattered across the globe, whose words of solidarity, encouragement, and prayers has helped us through that difficult period. In true Guyanese spirit, they demonstrated what the great Guyanese poet Martin Carter wrote: "We are all involved. We are all consumed. If we don't swim together, we will sink together." Moreover, the potential that lies in our diaspora is vast, and we will continue to leverage the expertise, talent, and investment potential of our people that reside abroad. Public safety and security. Mr. Speaker, every Guyanese citizen is entitled to safer communities where life can flourish unhindered. Crime in our communities is detrimental to our quality of life and takes a toll on the development of business. Historically, PPPC administrations have taken measures to reduce crime and support safer communities. Unfortunately, under the AP and UAFC administration, crime has been on the increase across our nation. No rehabilitation of our prison system was undertaken, and there exists a backlog of cases in our court system. Mr. Speaker, in order to provide safety for all Guyanese, this government will endeavor to strengthen our security forces. As such, we will deploy resources to improve investigative and forensic capabilities and provide equipment, facilities, and training for our law enforcement officers. Government will also focus on expanding the use of ICT in the fight against crime, providing better remuneration and conditions for the officers in our security forces, and ensuring greater accountability by the police force of solving crime. Further, our administration will work to reform the prison system to improve conditions and ensure compulsory training and educational opportunities for prisoners, security and safety of prison officers. Government is allocating 38.9 billion in 2020 budget to propel this agenda. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated over 1 billion for ongoing works on police stations and divisional headquarters to align the police boundaries with Guyana's administrative regional boundaries. These stations include headquarters at Anna Regina, Fort Wellington, Mabaruma, Golden Grove, Madhya. In addition, police stations will be constructed at Cove and John, Brickdam, Matthews Ridge, Lenora, Lethem, Wim, Albion, Perico, Wisma, and Madhya. Additionally, government has set aside 428.1 million for the procurement of 50 vehicles to ensure our police officers are adequately equipped to fight crime. Mr. Speaker, as with the police force, government has allocated some more equipment and better facilities for the Guyana Fire Service. Approximately 63 million is allocated to procure new 2 water tenders for Linden and Bartica, as well as to upgrade the facilities at Madhya. Additional vehicles, tools, and equipment will also be procured to aid in firefighting. Mr. Speaker, in the area of prisons reform and improvement, government will continue to invest in the provision of training opportunities for both inmates and prison management staff. These are crucial to the health and rehabilitation of inmates. The government will continue to work on the Mazaruni and Georgetown prisons and will commence reconstruction of Luziknan prison, which is allocated $200 million in this budget. Overall, government has planned to expend $2 billion on the construction, rehabilitation, and upgrading of prison facilities countrywide. Natural resource management, managing the extractive sectors. Mr. Speaker, from 2014 to 2019, the forestry industry contracted by more than 30%. The complete disregard for this industry by the APNU AFC has crippled many hinterland communities that are dependent on this resource for their livelihood. At the same time, the Guyana Forestry Commission, a once profitable and efficiently run agency, has under the APNU AFC administration become financially distressed, being unable to pay basic salaries and other operational expenses. Mr. Speaker, if one examines the records, it will show that at the end of 2014, the Commission recorded a net surplus of approximately 211 million, which plummeted to a marginal surplus of 203 million in 2019. The Commission is in a depleted financial state. In addition, exports fell from approximately 53 million US in 2014 to 34 million in 2019. The downturn in this industry over the last 5 years, caused by poor policies, has in turn resulted in the deterioration of logging roads, since harvesters like Barama Company that maintain some key hinterland infrastructure exited the industry due to bad policies under the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, to rescue the once flourishing industry that contributed to the consolidated fund, this new administration has disbursed 350 million to provide support for the Alien Commission for salaries and for wages for the remainder of 2020, payment of bonuses for 2018, and part payments towards GRA and NIS contributions. Mr. Speaker, we will accompany this support by providing incentives to the retooling and expanding of this sector. The PPPC government is working to ensure that the GFC is financially viable and self-sustaining in the short, medium, and long term by reinvigorating the industry. To this end, we have included in this budget measures to allow companies to recapitalize, to improve efficiency in operations. These include the removal of VAT on machinery and equipment and the provision of tax concessions on all-terrain vehicles. Further, there has been a reversal of VAT on exports, as well as the removal of VAT on hinterland travel. Additionally, we will amend the log export policy to allow some millers to export logs, which will boost industry production and revenues. Mining. Mr. Speaker, like forestry, the period 2015 to 2020 could best be described as calamitous for the mining industry, particularly for small miners. For the hundreds, if not thousands, of small miners and those associated, Budget 2020 brings them a message of hope and an end to the fatigue that they have experienced. In consultation with all the stakeholders, we will reinvigorate, energize, and incentivize this sector and put our people back to work. Communities who heavily depended on this industry will see improved infrastructure and job opportunities as we pursue our policy direction and manifesto promises. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government will not only address matters that will develop the industry, but also foster and promote greater collaboration and coordination between the regulatory agencies for the extractive sector. The PPPC will kickstart the critical task of utilizing, upgrading, and adopting, where applicable, ICT programs in key divisions in the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, such as land management and the Mines Division, to promote transparency and increase efficiencies in the process. We will also endeavor to accelerate the restructuring of the Commission to best meet the needs of a modern mining sector. Further, we will expand collaboration between budget agencies and the Commission to ensure effective and efficient delivery of hinterland infrastructure, which is essential for mining operations. Mr. Speaker, in this our first budget of our 5-year term, we have already rolled out a host of measures that will bring prosperity to the mining industry. Like the forestry industry, mining will benefit from the removal of VAT on machinery and equipment, the provision of tax concessions on ATVs, and the removal of VAT on hinterland travel. In addition to these, the industry will benefit from the removal of police clearance requirements for miners to transport fuel in their own vehicles. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that in mining regions 1, 7, 8, and 9, mining is essential for livelihood to the people. However, since the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been numerous persons infected, and as such, adherence to the COVID-19 protocols will be actively monitored while permitting a balance to allow for continual economic activity. Petroleum. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the manifesto of the PPPC, our government will approach the oil and gas sector in a national, non-partisan manner. Oil and gas will bring not only significant financial resources and enormous transformational opportunities, but also many challenges. There are many examples around the world where developing countries have obtained windfalls from oil and gas, but have eventually ended up poorer than before. Central to our strategy in the sector will be the following critical areas. One, a framework for proper management of the resource. Two, transparency and accountability. Three, securing benefits for Guyanese to ensure that our oil resource is managed responsibly. And the PPPC will immediately engage the oil and gas companies in better contract administration and renegotiation. Will establish an arm's length sovereign wealth fund insulated from political interference, defined by legislation how funds will flow from the sovereign wealth fund into the budget and the purpose for which they will be used, ensure that expenditures are transparently determined and go through the parliamentary process, establish a model PSA based on industry-wide standards and best practices. The purpose of this is to ensure that Guyanese receive maximum benefit from these contracts without disincentivizing foreign investment in the sector. Training of thousands of Guyanese at every level to create national core managers and workforce to chart the future direction and effectively manage the sector. We will ensure and prevent oil money from being squandered or stolen. The PPPC will, among other things, uphold the Santiago principles of transparency and accountability and the EITI. We will criminalize non-disclosure of receipt of funds from oil revenues. We will ensure annual reports from the government are laid in the National Assembly detailing oil revenues and expenditures. We will ensure there are regular audits. We will ensure that civil society will be involved in a central role to monitor compliance and accountability. Mr. Speaker, oil resource belongs to the people of Guyana. We will ensure that our oil revenue works for all Guyanese and is spent on improving lives and in support of job creation. Some areas in which oil revenue will be directed are support for job creation, world-class education and healthcare for Guyanese, social and economic infrastructure, targeted cash transfer to Guyanese, particularly elderly children, the poor and vulnerable groups, strong local content for Guyanese with legislative safeguards, savings for future generations, and tax reduction for Guyanese businesses and individuals. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, President Irfan Ali, in keeping faithful to these promises that have been stated in our manifesto, has already established a high-level panel on local content in the oil and gas sector. Further expenditure allocations in Budget 2020 will serve to support access to expertise in marketing of crude oil and cost audits to ensure that we're able to maximize the benefits that flow from this resource. We have increased the allocation of the Guyana National Bureau of Standards, which has responsibility for metrology on the FPSO, from 298 million, we have increased it to 586.5 million to ensure they are fully equipped to exercise this oversight responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana government believes that Guyana's rich natural resource must be utilized to provide jobs and create opportunities for our people in a sustainable manner. Our rainforest is a valuable national and global resource, and its preservation will not only have a positive local impact, will also impact the fight against climate change. As such, we will reinstitute the low carbon development strategy to help achieve prosperity for our people by deploying earnings from the forest climate services to diversify the economy and create more jobs and opportunities utilizing non-carbon intensive pathway. The LCDS will be broadened to include wider environmental services, including integrated water resource management and climate resilience. It will see the strengthening of the Environmental Protection Agency and national system of protected areas, agriculture, and food security. Mr. Speaker, today the agriculture sector comprises more than 20% of our real GDP, but there's a vast unrealized potential for this sector. However, due to the policies of the previous administration, this could not have been realized. Over the next 5 years, starting from Budget 2020, we will implement measures to promote a diversified economy, create more jobs, and increase the income of farmers at the same time through strategic investments and ease the burden associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. For these interventions, the agriculture sector is allocated $18.4 billion in 2020. Sugar, Mr. Speaker, a viable and sustainable sugar industry is our long-term goal. Our government will work to solve the problems of the industry holistically. We will be reopening Enmore, Rose Hall, and the Skeldon estates in a phased approach. That is, we will carry out an assessment on the state of the assets and the level of investment to be done, starting with an initial allocation of $3 billion in 2020 for critical works, with an additional $2 billion being made available should works progress. As for Wales Estates, works has commenced to create opportunities and employment under the newly established Wales Development Authority. The Guyana Sugar Corporation, Gaisuku, will concentrate its efforts to ensure it achieves in the short term a break-even status. We will ensure better management by appointing a new, competent, and skilled board of directors. We will ensure greater efficiency through the necessary retooling, product diversification, and retraining where necessary. Rice. Mr. Speaker, the previous administration neglected our rice farmers under the premise, if you recall, rice is a private business. For us in the PPPC, rice is a Guyanese business. Our government will support the farmers and millers with a view of expanding the rice industry. Action will be taken to ensure the reversing of the draconian fees for land rents, drainage and irrigation, and restoring adequate budgetary support for the maintenance of drainage and irrigation systems, as well as farm-to-market roads, which will benefit rice farmers, including those involved in the cultivation of other crops. To this end, government has taken the decision to reverse increases in land lease fees for lands under cultivation and land taxes and drainage and irrigation charges back to their 2014 position. Further, the Mahika-Maconia-Barry Agricultural Development Authority has been provided with a capital injection of $112.9 million to undertake critical drainage and irrigation works within the area, which will see improvement for farmers and will bring additional lands to a usable state. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Rice Development Board will continue to expand and secure new markets for paddy and other byproducts, increase productivity through research and development into new strains and robust pest control measures, will continue seed paddy production with enhanced extension and quality control, and involve all stakeholders working together to increase productivity. Other crops, Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has affected the demand for the supply of agriculture produce, which in turn has significantly reduced the income of farmers. To provide relief to our struggling farmers, we have reversed land lease fees, taxes, and drainage and irrigation fees to 2014 rates as previously mentioned. Additionally, we have removed VAT on fertilizers, agrochemicals, and pesticides. Further, the National Agriculture and Research Extension Institute, NARI, in a quest to reduce the cost of inputs and at the same time promote climate-smart agriculture, will expend $15.8 million for the acquisition of shade house material and sprinkler hoses. NARI will sell the material to farmers at cost price, saving farmers over 33%, $5 million. The monies from this investment will be utilized as a revolving fund for future purchases of required materials for farmers. We will continue to promote agricultural diversification with a focus on coconut and horticulture by engaging NARI and the Hope Coconut Estate. The coconut industry will be given prominence by promoting expansion in acreage, intercropping utilization of coconut byproducts, and increasing production and productivity. In 2020, to increase access and to reduce the cost of coconut planting material, we will establish 2 coconut nurseries at Charity on the Sectorial Coast and Kairuni on the Suzdike-Linden Highway, with a capacity to produce 25,000 additional seedlings every year. In addition, NARI and Hope Estates, providing planting materials, farmers will receive training on how to establish their own nurseries. Mr. Speaker, this administration will work to guarantee our food security, as well as that of our CARICOM brothers and sisters. We will continue to actively promote crop diversification and create incentive for farmers to invest in non-traditional crops, such as corn and soybeans. We will also promote value-added activities, as well as the export of produce to ensure our agriculture sector continues to expand and farmers are able to realize high income. To this end, this budget will introduce tax concessions on investment in agro-processing facilities, cold storage, and packaging. Livestock. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in the development of the livestock industry and ensure there is sufficient profit in the sector for food and nutrition, security for the market demands. Emphasis will be on improving genetic and research capacity for farms and interventions to provide appropriate breed stock. Mr. Speaker, we are moving to improve standards and bring down production costs in this industry. To this end, we will continue projects such as the abattoir at Unpobac, West Coast for beasts, and review other projects in the pipeline in order to prioritize those most transformative for the sector. With regards to reducing production costs, we have already removed VAT on key inputs in the poultry industry, in addition to reverting to zero-rated status and created incentives for the production of corn and soybean, key feedstock inputs. Mr. Speaker, government will provide much-needed support to the fisheries industry intensify the monitoring and surveillance capabilities, and promote sustainable fishing through improved management. Emphasis will be placed on working to revert the U.S. ban on catfish. Drainage and irrigation. Mr. Speaker, a core component of providing an enabling environment for agricultural development is to provide better drainage and irrigation infrastructure. Due to the fact that the majority of our population and agricultural activity is concentrated on the low coastal plains, and the increasing incidence of overtopping due to sea level rise and excess rainfall, heavy expenditure is being made to address the deficiencies in our D&I systems and to manage water in a structured manner. To this end, government has budgeted over $9 billion. Over 1,200 acres of forest farmland in West Watuka Linden will benefit from D&I works in 2020. Additionally, we will commence plans for the design of pump stations in Cottage, Adventure, and Andrew, as well as the design of farm-to-market roads with the intention of upgrading the existing mud dams across the farm-to-market access roads at villages in number 52 to 58 in Region 6, the right bank, Maikoni, left bank, Mahaika, and Salem in Region 3. Further, our drainage capacity will be boosted this year with the installation of 12 capacity drainage pumps for Regions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Labor and decent work. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's labor force is in constant flux, but more recently, statistics from the quarterly labor force survey published by the Bureau of Statistics reveal a declining labor force participation rate, falling from 54.4% in quarter 4 of 2017 to 49% in quarter 4 of 2019. Over the same period, the unemployment rate increased from 12.2% to 13.4%. Mr. Speaker, our government has promised to reverse the unemployment rate over the next 5 years through the creation of 50,000 jobs. Creation of a standalone Ministry of Labor is this administration's clear recognition of the need to place priority focus on design and compliance with labor standards, rules, and regulations across all sectors. The application of the rules in the context of managing within a pandemic will also be maintained in consultation with our unions as we work to ensure expanded employment opportunities and skills development of the labor force. Sustainable job creation that supports the socioeconomic objectives within a low-carbon development trajectory will shape our government's delivery through strong and effective labor administration services. The aggressive promotion of decent work to ensure and improve quality of life for workers in both the public and private sector is non-negotiable, while being conscious of the emergence of a new sector and its related impact on the production profile of our economy in this new dynamic environment. While welcoming international companies, we will not compromise on compliance with our local laws, occupational health and safety regulations, and the basic principle of equal pay for equal work. Targets for 2020. Real gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, in the first half of 2020, Guyana's real economy is estimated to have grown by 45.6%, driven by the petroleum sector. However, the non-oil economy contracted by 4.9%, with significant declines recorded across major industries. This was in part due to the projected general and regional elections, but also a result of the significant reduction in economic activity after the introduction of several emergency measures in the second quarter to curb the spread of COVID-19. These measures saw restrictions being imposed on the movement of persons and operation of non-essential businesses, which in turn led to the reduction in household income. While there was a phased relaxation of measures in the third quarter, a surge in COVID-19 cases in August has necessitated the reintroduction of more stringent measures. The need to constantly monitor and readjust emergency measures in response to the spread of COVID-19 amplifies uncertainty surrounding the economic performance of various industries for the remainder of this year. As such, a few different scenarios are considered in forecasting growth and other macroeconomic indicators for 2020. Real growth is expected to grow by between 48.8% and 51.2%, while non-oil economy is expected to contract by between 1.4% and 4.3%. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Mr. Speaker, at the 2020 half year, agriculture, forestry, and fishing industries contracted by 4.1% as a result of lower production in the other crops, livestock, forestry, and fishing industries. While some of these industries are expected to perform better in the second half, as a whole, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing industries are projected to decline by 0.1% and 2.3% in 2020. Turning to specific industries, sugar, which expanded by 10.4% at the half year, is expected to grow by 10% and 15.4%. Expansion is also expected in rice growing, with forecasts for second crop production anticipated to result in growth of between 2 and 3.5%. The livestock industry, which contracted by 2.3% at the half year, is expected to rebound in the second half to realize growth of between 0% and 2.4% in 2020. Similarly, the other crops, forestry, and fishing industries are expected to see improvements in the second half of the year. Other crops is forecasted to contract between 1% and 3%, better than the decline of 4.7% at the half year. Forestry is projected to contract by between 11.8% and 15%, an improvement over the half year contraction of 20.8%, and fishing is projected to contract between 3.5% and 10%, above the contraction of 12.1% at the end of June. Extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, at the 2020 half year, the mining and quarrying industries expanded by 343.7%, driven by the petroleum industry and to a less extent the gold mining industry. This offset significant contractions in the bauxite mining and other mining industries during the same period. These industries are expected to expand by 320.6% and 324.3% in 2020. Mechanical faults have resulted in erratic oil production volumes this year, which has posed challenges to projecting the outturn of this industry. The daily rate of production is expected to be just under 87,000 barrels of oil per day, well below initial production of more than 100,000 barrels. The gold mining industry, which expanded by 2.1% at half year, also experienced some setbacks, particularly with the two large-scale companies who together reported a 36% decline in production when compared to the same period in 2019. While large-scale production is expected to continue to dwindle in the second half, the output of small and medium-scale miners in response to the higher prices is expected to bolster production, pushing growth to fall between -2% and 0.7%. Mr. Speaker, the bauxite industry continues to face reduced global demand for its output, which in addition to the stoppage of mining by one company resulted in contraction of 42.3% by half year. This industry is expected to contract by between 40 and 51% in 2020. Similarly, the other mining industries also saw significant contraction at the half year by 50.8% as a result of lower demand. However, the resumption in construction activities is expected to see improved output in the second half, resulting in a less severe contraction of between 20 and 30% in these industries. Manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing industry is contracted by 0.2% at a half year, despite expansions in sugar and rice manufacturing by 14.2% and 7.2% respectively. This was due to the significant contraction of 5.7% in the other manufacturing industry. While the output of these industries is expected to improve in the second half amidst growing demand, other manufacturing is still expected to contract by between 1 and 5% in 2020. Overall, the performance of the manufacturing industry in 2020 is projected to fall between a contraction of 1.4% and an expansion of 1.9%. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the half year, the construction industry contracted by 5.6% despite the emergency measures gazetted in April, which were expected to result in a more severe decline. While the formal easing of restriction on construction activities in the second half and the resumption of public sector construction should not result in a significant decline in the industry, it is still expected to contract by between 4 and 7% in 2020. Mr. Speaker, the services industry, which are expected to be the worst hit by the emergency measures to curb COVID-19 pandemic, contracted by 3.8% in the half year, with most industries suffering severe contractions. Wholesale and retail trade and repairs contracted by 14.7%, transport and storage by 25%, accommodation and food services by 32.9%, professional, scientific, and technical services by 20.7%, administrative and sports services by 5.3%, arts, entertainment, and recreation by 45.8%, and other services by 51.2%. Mr. Speaker, while the conclusion of the general and regional elections has led to improved consumer sentiment and an expectation of improved performance in some of the services industries, the unpredictability of COVID-19 pandemic threatens to dampen any recovery. As such, service industries are forecasted to contract by between 0.7% and 3.5% in 2020. Monetary policy and inflation. Mr. Speaker, as for December 2020, the money supply is expected to amount to 530.9 billion, a reflecting year-on-year growth of 15.1%. Further, total private sector credit at the end of 2020 is forecasted to reach 265.7 billion, a 4.8% above the position at the end of the previous year, while total public sector credit is anticipated to reach 121 billion, growing by 54.3% year on year. These are expected amid the recently announced COVID-19 measures to encourage borrowing by the private sector, as well as the continued implementation of the public sector investment program upon approval of this 2020 budget. Mr. Speaker, the fuel and power and operation and personal transport subcategories of the CPI declined notably in March, April, and May 2020 amid low energy prices. As a result of these declines, the December 2020 12-month inflation rate is anticipated to range between minus 0.23% and 0.07%, while the average 2020 12-month rate is expected to vary between 0.49% and 0.54%. Balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance of payment is expected to register a lower deficit in 2020 of 21 million US compared to the 48.9 million US in 2019. This is an account of projected improvements in the current account deficit, offsetting an anticipated contraction in the capital account surplus. The capital account surplus is projected to reduce by 54.1%, or 956 million, to 810.6 million US, mainly due to the decline in medium and long-term capital. The current account deficit is expected to contract by 53.9%, or 971.1 million US, to 831.6 million US, supported by projections of high export earnings, lower import payments, as well as higher net on requited transfers. However, the deficit on the net services account is expected to expand. Mr. Speaker, export earnings are projected to increase by 58.4% to 2.5 billion US, supported by the exports of crude oil. Excuse me. Supported by the exports of crude oil in 2020. Continued growth is projected in the export earnings of rice and paddy and gold, and of 10% and 15.8% respectively. They are expected to offset an anticipated decline in export earnings from the other sectors. Import payments are projected to reduce by 22.6% to 2.3 billion US, while net unrequited transfers are projected to increase by 20.1% to 698.1 million US, attributed to high expected net inflows of workers' remittances. Targets for the non-financial public sector. Central government operations. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, central government current revenue is estimated at 226.5 billion, 5.9% or 14.1 billion below 2019 collections as a result of lower anticipated collections from both tax and non-tax revenue sources. Tax revenue in 2020 is estimated at 214.5 billion, 11.4 billion less than the 226 billion collected in 2019. This is on account of reduced economic activity and the introduction of measures by GRA to reduce the burden on both businesses and individuals amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. In April this year, in the light of COVID-19 tax relief measures, which included the extension of critical deadlines and waivers on value-added tax, duties and excise tax on some goods and services, GRA revised the 2020 estimated collections. The authority's revision included lower expected collections from self-employed income tax and corporation tax on account of reduced profits, current year basis, and deferred payments owing to the deadline extensions. Reduction in estimated collections from travel tax and travel voucher tax due to the international travel restrictions. Lower collections of VAT as a result of reduced remittances from utility companies and reduced economic activity. And 4, reduction in estimated collections of excise tax on petroleum products owing to the low worldwide prices for fuel and increasing exemptions to major companies. Mr. Speaker, in light of the above, the expected decline in tax revenue could be attributed to lower collections from 3 divisions: excise tax, customs and trade administration, and VAT. Excise tax collections are projected to decline by 26.9%, or 11.8 billion in 2020, largely as a result of lower collections from the importation of petroleum products. Customs and trade taxes are expected to decline by 9.6% or 2.4 billion, mainly as a result of the 10% or 2.2 billion of fall in collections from import duties due to lower economic activity amidst the pandemic and protracted general and regional elections. A much smaller decline is expected on VAT. This tax type is projected to decline by 0.1% or 57.7 billion on account of low collections of VAT on imports. Unfortunately, the anticipated 47% and 14.3% increase in withholding tax and PAYE collections respectively will be large enough to offset declines in the other tax divisions. Non-tax revenues are projected to decline by 18.3% or 2.7 billion to reach 11 billion in 11.9 billion in 2020 on account of low collections of rents and royalties, fees and fines and charges, special transfers, and Bank of Guyana profits. These revenue categories are expected to decline by 27.5% or 1.3 billion, 38.1% or 610.2 million, 17.2% or 500 million, and 21.6% or 405.8 billion, respectively. Mr. Speaker, central government total expenditure is expected to increase by 13.4% to reach 320 billion in 2020 when compared with 2019. This position is mainly the result of anticipated expenditure for COVID-19 relief and the growing public sector investment program. Non-interest expenditure is projected to increase by 15.6% to 240 billion, driven by growth in subcategories, employment costs, other goods and services, and transport payments. Employment costs are expected to rise by 9.1% or 6.3 billion when compared with 2019 on account of higher expenditure on wages and salaries and benefits and allowances. Expenditure on other goods and services is projected to increase by 18.8% or 10.9 billion, largely due to significant increase of 7 billion in expenditure on drugs and medical supplies aimed at alleviating drug shortages and limiting the transmission and detrimental effects of COVID-19. Transport payments are expected to grow by 18.7% or 15.2 billion when compared to 2019, mainly increase in subsidies and contributions to local organizations largely affected by the pandemic and an increase in social assistance. Subsidies and contributions to local organizations are expected to increase by 7.5 billion to 43.8 billion, and expenditure on social assistance by 36.4% to 19.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditures is projected to increase by 8.8% or 5.8 billion to reach 72.1 billion in 2020. Expenditure on donor-funded projects are expected to grow by 19.6% or 3.7 billion, and locally funded projects by 4.4% or 2.1 billion. Increased expenditure on donor-funded activities will be driven by the transport and communication and construction sectors, and locally funded PSIP by the power generation and health sectors as a result of a 10.8 billion loan to GPL, as well as COVID-19 related expenditure. The overall deficit is projected at 6.5% of GDP compared with 2.8% at the end of 2019. This deficit represents 8% of non-oil GDP. Mr. Speaker, through this budget, though this budget is being presented near the end of the third quarter of the year, much expenditure would have been accumulated in the first half of the year to ensure the continuation of multi-year projects and programs and provisions of public services in the middle of the pandemic. This budget of 2020 is $329.5 billion, which is 9% or $28.8 billion above that of 2020. Summary operations of public enterprises. An overall deficit of $4 billion is projected for the public enterprises in 2020, a 57.1% improvement from the $9.4 billion deficit recorded at the end of 2019. This is attributed to higher expected revenue combined with low operating expenses. Higher forecasted receipts are largely driven by GPL, Gaisuku, and NIS, whose revenues are expected to grow by 52.8%, or $18.5 billion, 9.6%, or $1.7 billion, and 2.5%, or $625.5 million, respectively, when compared with 2019. Lower expenditures expected mainly from Oil, whose payments are anticipated to fall by 27.9%, or $9.9 billion, when compared with 2019. Measures in Budget 2020. Mr. Speaker, in order to stimulate the economy, an array of measures will be introduced to increase production and put Guyanese back to work. As we continue to combat the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, these initiatives are aimed at creating incentives, reducing cost and bureaucracy, and facilitating greater ease of doing business, and will have an impact on people's quality of life, cost of living, and well-being. Measures to support COVID-19 frontline workers. This government understands and appreciates the sacrifices being made by frontline workers to ensure that fellow Guyanese remain safe and protected. As such, government has set aside a budgetary allocation of $150 million to support these workers. Additionally, to support our men and women in uniform, a 2 weeks tax-free bonus will be made available to the joint services in recognition of their service during this difficult time. Measures to reduce the cost of living and increase disposable income. Reversal of VAT on electricity and water. Mr. Speaker, the provision of basic utilities, namely electricity and water, impacts every household, every community, and every business. The need to generate power at lower cost to our people has always been a priority for our administration. The added pandemic situation and economic slowdown place additional financial burdens on households and businesses. Our government recognized the need to bring immediate and much needed relief to households and to place money back in the pockets of people and businesses, reducing the cost of operations to manufacturing and food production and a whole range of industries will serve to stimulate economic activity. I'm pleased to advise that you can look forward to your electricity and water bills no longer having 14% added to the cost of actual consumption, and that with effect of October 1st, 2020, value-added tax on electricity and water will be reversed, increasing the income of households and business. Mortgage interest relief. Interest accrued in housing loans up to $30 million to be deductible from income tax. Mr. Speaker, In 2013, the PPPC administration introduced mortgage interest relief. For the first time, low and middle income homeowners to help them realize their dreams of becoming homeowners. The intention of the relief was to make the portion of these homeowners' taxable income utilized to pay interest on their housing loans, except from personal income tax, and was applicable to loans of up to 30 million. In 2017, however, the APNU AFC administration revised the mortgage interest relief to make it accessible to taxpayers whose mortgages do not exceed 15 million. Our government will return the mortgage interest relief to its original level. Homeowners who occupy their properties will now have access to mortgage interest relief on housing loans up to 30 million, 15 million above the existing threshold. As such, interest incurred on loans up to 30 million will now be tax deductible from their income tax. This will help to reduce the cost of home ownership to new homeowners and young professionals. Increase the limit of low-income loan for corporate tax relief in the banking sector from 8 million to 10 million. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial, now more than ever, for government to stimulate the economy. I am pleased to announce that our engagements with the local banking sector have been fruitful, and government will be granting corporate tax relief for banks for low-income loans, which will allow low-income households to borrow to an additional 2 million at lower interest rates. Provision of the 25,000 COVID-19 relief for household. Mr. Speaker, government is cognizant of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has had on life in every single community. While some communities may not feel the impact as significantly as others, the damage to local economies is real. As such, the government has set aside 25,000 per household for COVID-19 relief. It is our hope that this can help in some way to support families, ensuring that all Guyanese are able to put basic food items on the table. For this initiative, an allocation of 4.5 billion has been made in budget 2020. Allowed importation of half-cut vehicles over 8 years old, and used tires. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that in 2017, the previous administration imposed a measure that barred the importation of used tires. The reversal of this policy, along with the allowance of the importation of vehicles more than 8 years old, will now make vehicle ownership more affordable and accessible. The removal of VAT on building and construction materials. This government will remove VAT on building and construction materials, where VAT was imposed after 2014. A major plank of our development path is the construction sector. Of key importance is ensuring there are opportunities for our people to become homeowners and to spend less to own those homes. Additionally, a major component of our future development is infrastructure transformation, and this measure will provide much needed stimulation of the construction sector, which has tremendous potential for creating new jobs and opportunities. Removing of VAT on cellular phones. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that mobile devices have become a more integral tool for learning and for economic activity within communities, government is removing VAT on the purchase of cell phones. Reduction in license fee by 50% for any license that was increased after 2014. Mr. Speaker, this is yet another measure that will undo the burdensome fees and taxes imposed in the last 5 years. Measures to improve the provision of education and health. Removal of the 25% corporate tax on education. Mr. Speaker, ensuring expanded access to quality education is paramount. To stimulate the expansion and affordable quality of education for those who choose to undertake study at a private institution, government has decided to remove the 25% corporate tax on private education. This will make it a more profitable venture to attract quality educational investment, which will result in greater access to learning opportunities across all fields of study here at home for both local and foreign students, while generating critical skills needed to realize our country's accelerated development trajectory. Removal of 25% corporate tax on health and VAT on medical supplies. Similarly, government is removing the corporate tax on private health care as well as VAT on medical supplies. This will help to make private health care more affordable to the average Guyanese, especially for those who wish to have a choice of healthcare providers. This will also help to attract other specialty health services to the country. Measures to incentivize the extractive industries. Removal of VAT on machinery and equipment. Mr. Speaker, to support the recapitalization of the industries and to reduce the cost of production, especially in the areas of mining, forestry, and agriculture and manufacturing, I'm pleased to advise that with effect from October 1st, 2020, VAT on machinery and equipment will be removed. Farmers can now purchase such items as tractors and trailers and combines, VAT-free, to boost production. Forestry operators can purchase such items as chainsaws, tractors, and skidders. Chainsaws used for ripping boards at the stump can produce wood at significantly reduced cost than traditional mills and allow for improved incomes of hinterland and rural communities. Small and medium-term scale miners can now purchase such items as excavators and bulldozers, mechanical recovery equipment, to name a few, VAT-free, and manufacturers can realign gains from zero VAT to retool for improved productivity and reduce capital investment costs. Further, Mr. Speaker, existing producers and new investors no longer have to waste valuable time to go through Go Invest for VAT-free approval. So the ease of doing business is immediately improved. Removal of VAT on all-terrain vehicles for mining, forestry, agriculture, and manufacturing. In our vast hinterland areas, as well as in some coastal areas, the need for ATVs to support the productive and service sectors is critical for more efficient production and mobility. Mr. Speaker, with effect from October 1st, 2020, the removal of the 40% VAT on ATVs will make the asset affordable and further support the capitalization efforts across key sectors. Removal of VAT on exports. Mr. Speaker, the reversal of VAT on exports seeks to alleviate the burden of input VAT paid on cost components relevant to the production of the export product. Currently, because exporters such as those in the fishing, rice, and timber industries, among others, are in the exempt category and cannot be registered for VAT, They cannot reclaim inputs, purchases, VAT, and monies expended on costs in pursuant of production. This will be corrected and will take effect from October 1st, 2020, providing immediate support to our manufacturing sector and our exporters. A reduction in cost of production will make manufacturing enterprises more competitive and profitable, thereby stimulating expansion across sectors and creating employment opportunities. Removal of police clearance requirement for minors to transport fuel in their own vehicles, and the removal of requirement to register and take out road license for mining equipment. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC administration has just removed the requirement for police clearances for minors to transport fuel in their own vehicles. No longer is red tape required for this straightforward movement of one's own fuel when traveling across Guyana. Complementing this is the removal of the requirement to register and secure a road license for mining equipment. Our miners can now better streamline and plan their activities without the bureaucratic, time-consuming exercise of these administrative actions. Change of the log export policy to allow sawmillers to export logs. Mr. Speaker, we have altered the national policy on log exports to allow sawmillers to export logs as well. Not only will they allow for enhanced trade, but small loggers will now have an opportunity to expand the range of species produced and gain access to additional markets. Measures to support our school children. Mr. Speaker, effective January 1st, 2021, government will introduce 15,000 cash grant for school children to bring help to families and children, by which time they will hopefully be returning to school. Additionally, the uniform voucher allowance will be doubled to 4,000 per child. Measures to support our senior citizens. Mr. Speaker, also effective January 1st, 2021, old age pension will be increased from 20,500 to 25,000, allowing 4.4 billion on an annualized basis to be injected into the disposable income of our senior citizens. Pensioners will also benefit from free water service, which will also improve their disposable income. Measures to promote agricultural development, reversal of land lease fees across all sectors, and water charges back to 2014 rates, and the reversal of land taxes and drainage and irrigation charges back to 2014. Mr. Speaker, land lease fees represent annual costs to farmers, manufacturers, and other productive sector operators. Reversing the increases imposed over the last 5 years to the 2014 levels will significantly reduce these costs, which grew by 67% and 1,900%. This would impact all segments of the population who are leasing land to support economic activity, and in turn benefit all activities and related linkages to the productive sectors. Additionally, the agricultural sector will see a further benefit from the reversal of water and drainage and irrigation charges back to 2014 levels. The hardships have been removed. Removal of VAT on fertilizers, agrochemicals, pesticides, and key input in the poultry industry, and zero rating of the poultry industry, in order to ensure that all inputs into the poultry production are made affordable. With effect from October 1st, 2020, there will be no VAT on fertilizers, agrochemicals, pesticides, and key inputs in the poultry sector, including poultry food, building materials, and packaging. We will also be reverting the poultry industry to zero-rated VAT status. This will boost the sector's production across small, medium, and large-scale producers. Poultry farmers across the country can now accelerate expansion plans so they can take advantage of the increased demand for poultry while keeping prices to consumers affordable. Tax concessions on investments in agro-processing facilities, cold storage, and packaging. Mr. Speaker, government will be affording tax concessions on investments in agro-processing facilities, cold storage, and packaging. This will serve to incentivize much-needed growth in value-added production within the agriculture sector, facilitating these types of investment would yield higher value products, which in turn would result in improved earnings and economic growth. Special incentives to be made available for the planting of corn and soybean. Mr. Speaker, the promotion and expanded production of non-traditional crops is a key aspect of our agricultural and wider economic diversification policy. To this end, special incentives, inclusive of land, will be made for the planting of corn and soybean to satisfy local and regional demands. It is our intention to ensure that no effort is spared in diversifying our economy, cognizant of the potential of the Dutch disease. We are talking here, Mr. Speaker, about plantation agriculture. Allocation of $3 billion for the recapitalization of Gaisuku and an additional $2 billion as required. Mr. Speaker, this support to Gaisuku is intended to allow for the financial outlay required towards the reopening of estates and to cater for deferred, delayed recapitalization. Measures to support our Amerindian brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, key among government priorities for the development of Amerindian communities are the implementation of a program that will see 25,000 solar units being distributed, 800 million for the ADF, which will include the reintroduction of the CSO programs aimed at developing young Amerindians in various villages and communities, building capacity and strengthening their individual interests, while creating job opportunities for approximately 2,000 youths. 3 million from the ADF for investment in productive assets, including tractors, trailers, and agricultural tools. 10 million for the commencement of the design of the National Two-Shows Council headquarters and resumption of Amerindian land titling programs. Measures to support sports development. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to the growth and development of our young people, our sportsmen and women, in finding new talents and supporting every region of our country. To this end, we will be constructing 3 multi-purposes sports complexes in regions 2, 6, and 10. Measures to support tourism. Mr. Speaker, in anticipation of both the recovery from the current economic downturn and the expanded economic activity from the growing petroleum sector, it is projected that increased hotel development will bring significant employment opportunities and income. For this, a special incentive package is being developed to attract new investments that will result in 4 new hotels in the coming years. Measures to reduce travel costs to the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, assessing our hinterland has always been a cost burden for many of our people. Measures to reduce these costs are important to our government, and first among these will be the removal of VAT on hinterland travel. This would immediately reduce the cost of transporting cargo and personal travel for our hinterland brothers and sisters. The business community, including the mining sector and tourism sector, especially air services operators, and anyone who needs to travel from the coastal hinterland. Thanks to His Excellency, your ticket to travel Guyana's hinterland is now VAT-free. Conclusion. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding our rather disturbing findings, upon taking the reins of government a mere 35 days ago, we confronted the challenge of recharting Guyana's course by laying an emergency budget to this honorable House. This year, 2020, has been complicated and difficult, has been a complicated and difficult one for us as Guyanese. Like I said in the beginning, we've gone through testing times as a nation, given our own internal struggles of living together as one people, but it's clear that we have one destiny. As Guyanese, we must all make every effort to heal and move forward as we consolidate our national position in order to achieve our development trajectory ahead. The pandemic presents an additional crisis that will continue to affect all spheres of life as we adapt to this new normal. One lesson rings true. How we act as individuals will ultimately impact the lives of those around us. Whether we apply that to the prevention of the spread of COVID-19 or to our engagement as mutual, respecting citizens of our beloved country. Budget 2020 offers hope and relief in its measures and programs and projects. It reflects our government's fierce dedication to ensuring better quality of life for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to fiercely defend our cherished democracy as we have recently done, and we will always champion upholding the rule of law. We will continue as always to secure working partnerships with our private sector, whether it's from the food vendors to the rum producers, farmers to the fishers, miners to the millers, air service providers to minibus drivers. We will work within the public sector with all diligent public servants, including soldiers, police, educators, and health workers, especially those who are on the front line, to ensure effective delivery of public service to all Guyanese, particularly at this crucial time. Our plan for prosperity, despite the challenges, has taken root in this emergency budget. And Budget 2021 will outline the transformative agenda for the medium term, and that is inclusionary and participatory in its architecture and implementation. We have to intentionally work on reversing the trend within our social political landscape. And I'm reminded by a quote of William J. Brennan Jr., former Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. We must meet the challenges rather than wish they were not before us. Mr. Speaker, may we all collectively rise to the challenge of being true Guyanese and together realize our plan for prosperity that is truly representative of all Guyanese. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister,
Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to 10 a.m. on Monday, the 14th of September, 2020.
honorable members, the Assembly now stands adjourned to Monday,
Honorable members, before we go, a few housekeeping matters. I know we're hungry. The volumes, but all of the budget documents can be picked up downstairs, not the bottom floor, the top floor. I don't know the right name for it. The coffee station, I'm told. 2 lunches available. Same area that you used at the last sitting. 3, I'm asking members, reminding them to submit the numbers of their vehicles so you can access the Diaspora Harbor Bridge and the Borbis River Bridge. Members are entitled to free and priority crossing for these bridges. But we must have your vehicle's number to send to the Diaspora Harbor Bridge and the Borbis River Bridge. I'm also reminding members about their photographs for their parliamentary ID cards. I've been given COVID passes by the Ministry of Health for all members, which allow members to be out after 6 p.m. Your names are being written on the passes right now, and they will be given to you at the next sitting. These passes are not transferable. I'd like to thank the Minister of Health for this. They are disposable masks in front of you. I'm advised that members are advised, to change their masks regularly at intervals of about 3 hours. And the boxes are not to be taken away. Thank you.
You just witnessed the presentation of Budget 2020, which was presented by the Honorable Minister of Public Works, Bishop 1 Edgehill. Budget 2020 was presented under the theme, Our Plan for Prosperity, Protecting Our People in a COVID-19 Environment, Strengthening Democracy and the Rule of Law, Incentivizing Economic Growth and Job Creation, and Enhancing Welfare. This budget was prepared in just 22 days. Normally, a budget would take around 150 days to complete. According to Minister Edgehill, the budget is, among other things, people-centered and results-oriented. There are a number of allocations for the various sectors to benefit from, and of course, if you stay tuned to DPI's page and all our platforms, we will break down the budget as the week goes along. Thank you for joining us. From the Artichon Convention Center, I'm Natasha Smith. Goodbye.
Government is recognizing the tremendous support of frontline workers in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. $150 million has been set aside in the national budget to frontline workers in the healthcare system. These essential workers will also benefit from the $25,000 per household for COVID-19 relief. The health sector will see necessary upgrades to hospitals at Suddy, New Amsterdam, Lenora, West Demerara and Diamond. The removal of corporate tax on private healthcare was also announced. The government of Guyana is providing support to parents and guardians to keep their children in school. Effective from the 1st of January 2021, every school child will benefit from a $15,000 cash grant. This is an increase to the $10,000 Because We Care cash grant that started under the PPPC administration in 2014 but was discontinued by the APNU AFC. Other measures in the education sector include the doubling of the school uniform voucher allowance to $4,000 per child, the removal of corporate tax on private education, and the allocation of $200 million to expand the Guyana Learning Channel. The government of Guyana, to bring relief to households and businesses and to stimulate the economy, has announced the reversal and removal of value-added tax, VAT, on a number of items and services. These include the reversal of VAT on electricity and water, removal of VAT on machinery and equipment to allow for recapitalization, granting of tax concessions on ATVs for mining, forestry, agriculture and manufacturing, removal of VAT on fertilizers, agrochemicals, pesticides and key inputs in the poultry industry, reversal of VAT on exports, removal of VAT on hinterland travel, removal of VAT on all medical supplies, reversal of VAT on building and construction materials, and zero-rated VAT on cell phones.